I don't care. I don't care. Level 17. Never got there before. Oh, my eyes hurt. So, what made the topic of Jude Devereaux come up anyway? Did you send me that on Facebook, by the way, IP? Hi, everybody. That comment just is such a... It's a sign of the times. It's just the perfect internet comment. Or just, you know, she belongs in the uncanny valley or a Mandela catalog. Mandela effect. Oh boy, Messenger. Okay. I will take a look. Happy Sunday, everybody. How have you all been doing? How has your weekend been? My weekend's been busy as hell. Good things. I got back from the last day of MAGfest at about 6 o'clock or so. Today, the last day is always the slowest day. Sunday, they tend to end things by 4 o'clock, including the kind of exit panel. So, but today I didn't get there until around noon, which is the latest by far of any of the days. Most of the time, Friday and Saturday, let's see, like, I was there, like, well, I was there Friday at, like, 8 a.m., and Saturday I was there, like, by 10 a.m. But, like, both times I was there until after midnight. I didn't get home Saturday until 3 a.m. Well, I guess it was Sunday morning by that point. This is how MAGfest rolls. If you've never been, just catch up on your sleep beforehand. Because you're going to need it, because if you want to attend all the stuff that you actually want to attend, you're going to probably need to stay up later, or you're going to need to get up quite early. So, including tournaments and all that kind of thing. I work at a bookstore part-time. I didn't actually know that, IP, and was responsible for marking down books, and there was a slew of Jude Devereaux books. So I built her a small shrine. Speaking of shrines, that's a segue. There's oftentimes shrines for various individuals who passed away the previous year at MAGfest. I'm trying to remember who it was this past year, who it was this time. One of them. Who was it that passed away like a week or two ago? Oh God. See, this, you can tell I'm tired because I'm like, what's happened in the world? I don't know. I don't remember. My brain doesn't want to work right now. God, I can't think. They have shrines to various celebrities that have passed away. And you know, they had a shrine, for example, to back when to Carrie Fisher. Good Lord, Chief. They had a shrine to James Earl Jones. David Lynch, that's it, Space Beagle. They had the shrine to David Lynch. Yes, there we go. So people will come in and they'll put pictures. They'll even sometimes bring flowers. They'll leave little knickknacks and all kind of thing. And it's sort of a memorial that's there the whole time for famous people. And so that's one of those like recurring sort of niceties, I guess, or memorial type things that they do. And so, yeah, there's David Lynch, and here is the big one this year. At least the big one that I saw. Maybe there was another one, but I didn't see it. So if so, they were smaller. Damn fine man, David Lynch. That's right. That's right. So, I was there from Friday to Sunday. I couldn't get there on Thursday. But as per normal, it was a fun time. And, of course, you get your badge. That's one of the big souvenirs. This year, it was Sonic themed. The Metroid Prime, it was Metroid themed. And there are various, you know, tags, banners, whatever you want to call it, that you get. So, a few fellow game show fans are usually there from the Mid-Atlantic area. And one of them, for at least for the first time this year, had his own, which is Pack Dude Games, if you've never heard of them. And so you have an Alex Trebek, ooh, sorry. And then, of course, a Jeopardy meme from not too long ago. What is death? So it was fun getting those. It was kind of funny, though, because one of the tournaments I signed up for was one of the ones he was running, which was for Classic Concentration on the NES, which you've seen me play on stream before. Well, Classic Concentration did not cooperate with him. He had his NES, but he bought the game off eBay because he hadn't had it. And so, unfortunately, he couldn't get it to work. And I found when I started going through it that it had rust. And so I was trying to clean it there so we can get going, but it was taking too long. And so we had to cancel the tournament. And, of course, if I was in his shoes, like if I was in Pac Dude's shoes, I would have been pissed too. So he's like, I don't want to touch that game, Chief. You take it. And I was like, if you don't want it, I'll take it. And he's like, yeah, you're probably going to need to clean it up anyway. So, if I didn't just break it, I have a second copy of Classic Concentration. If I can get it de-rusted, it's in very good shape. So, I'll give a big thank you to Pac Dude for that. But yeah, Classic Concentration, along with Wheel of Fortune, my two favorite game shows of them all. So, yeah, he was pretty disappointed, but he was also running the Jeopardy tournament. And so he was using Jeopardy on a Nintendo Wii, and that was fun. I didn't enter that one just because I couldn't be there on Thursday, and that was the first round. Oh, yeah. Hey, Andrew, how you doing? We're talking about MAGfest. We're summing things up. That sucks, yeah. Can you sand the pins on the NES? Kinda, but not really. The best way to do it, honestly, is to use isopropyl alcohol and Q-tips or wipes. I have been able to get most of it out. I've been able to actually get, like, the logo to appear on the screen, but the game still doesn't start. I actually have a really creepy picture. It's almost like if Classic Concentration lost its soul. So when you start the game up, you're supposed to see the Game Tech logo. Game Tech is the name of the company that's made most of the game show games on the NES. So you're supposed to see the Game Tech logo, and then you see the title screen, which has the logo, and it has the guy playing the piano, which really has nothing to do with the show. Not that version. They actually had organ music on the original Concentration, but that's another story entirely. But when I've started it, I've reached this point, and this is the first thing that pops up. And by the way, hi, now you see another copy of me. You see how I get to manage streams. But look at that. So it's a all pink screen with a little bit of green there. That's some of the glare too. But also this organ guy is just not there. Like, organ guy is gone. And it's just frozen. That organ guy is dead. Rip organ guy, right? So it just sits there. It's just frozen at this screen. I've never seen that before on the game. So it's close, but not quite there. So I got to work on it a little more. But anyway, yeah. Pack Dude Games is... he was one of the founding members of Buzzer Blog, which is a game show blog 20 years ago, give or take. And he's run his own website, Pack Dude Games, where he has games that he's created, and he can take commissions for various games. He's a long-standing, well-liked member of the game show community. Never again will we have to listen to him for 5 minutes before you start the game. What's crazy, Andrew, again, I'm a game show fan. I watched Classic Concentration as a kid on NBC growing up. Pianos, organs were used as prizes. Otherwise, there was no reason why there's just a random blah, 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 somebody on the organ at the start of the show. On the original Concentration that started in 1958, ran until 1972, all the music was done in-house by a guy on a pipe organ when it was shot in New York City, because that's where all the shows were shot back then. But that's, like, neither really here or there. So why do they have that as the intro has been one of those lingering questions I just have never really been able to determine an answer to. I was just watching some reruns today. Yeah, I feel very strongly. There's been a lot of game shows that have been revamped, reborn in the past 10, 15 years. Some of them very justified, some of them quite good, like Pyramid. Excellent, well done. Pressure Luck is well done. I just don't like that last half because I think it just drags on. I like the classic Pressure Luck. The first half hour of the current Pressure Luck I think is great, and Elizabeth does very well. There have been some shows that have been brought back that have not done, that I haven't liked so much. I didn't like the new Supermarket Sweep. I did like the new Card Sharks. I do actually like the new Password quite a bit too. And so, it's very hit or miss. It really depends on the production company doing it and honestly what network it's coming on. The new Name That Tune that's on Fox is god awful. Anyhow, where I was getting to with that is that Concentration seems like one that has been primed to be brought back. The problem is with the rights and with the ownership, because it's a complicated situation. But to put it simply, NBC, the network, owns it. So the only network that can bring it back is NBC. And NBC is not as gung-ho on game shows even today as the other ones. And so I don't know how, when, if that might be able to happen. I don't know. So we'll see. But anyhow, I think Concentration should do perfectly fine today. You could put it on prime time and have some really nice cars on there. Or even if you took away the car game and just had the front game and put some nice big prizes on there, I think you would actually have a nice fun little half hour there. Can we get Nick Arcade back? With the modern technology, they could do Nick Arcade so much better. Yeah, the technology was not there back in 1990 to do that show. And it's a miracle, I feel like, that Nickelodeon didn't get sued just because of kids and, having that kind of obstacle course and all that kind of thing. You know, it was pretty rough. There's so many modern things that could be used for puzzles. Right. Yes, there's so many, just, you know, you have phrases, of course. You have quotations. You have titles, like you always have. But, yeah, you have a lot of songs. You have more movies. There's so many things you could do. And there's a lot of really cool things they could do with the prizes today, too. So, I feel like that concentration could make a great revival. So, anyhow, going on a tangent there. But, anyway, I now have a second copy of Classic Concentration. And I am thankful for that once I can get it working. But, as I always do at MAGfest, I pick up a lot of other shit. So we're going to go through some of this stuff. First things first, in the lead up to this week in Space Beagle, I didn't get a chance to tell you this. So, some of you might know that am kind of, as we might say, exploring my options. So one of the things I did, and Andrew, you'd probably like this, I made my own business cards. So I don't know if that'll focus or not. It includes my new Coral Cola email. It has all my socials and YouTube and Twitch and all. It has some of my stuff there. And on the back, of course, there's more Star Tropics. And it has a little quote there from one Dr. Emmett L. Brown. If you put your mind to it, you can accomplish anything. They came out, I think, very nice. I designed them, and I had Staples print them. And I didn't know, because I've never, done that before, how exactly they'd come out. But I think Staples really did a great job. And it's not as expensive as you'd think. 250 of them for $25. That's 10 cents a card. I think that's damn affordable. Not an arcade. Nickelodeon Super Toy Run. Remember that? That's where they ran through the Toys R Us, right? And they got as much stuff as they can in 10 minutes or something like that. In one of the VHSs I found footage, and one of the VHS found footage anthologies, there we go. They made a horror version of old Nick game shows that is deadly. Oh, is that so? I did not know that. You do yours at Staples too. Have I seen your business card, Space Beagle? I don't know if I've actually seen your business card over. It's been so long. But yeah, this is my first run at it. If I do a second run down the road, I might make some slight changes. But yeah, I was very happy with how these came out. And I gave out a couple of them, but I mostly kind of did some guerrilla marketing. And just kind of took a stack of them and just left them a few different places. Just like, boop, 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 boop. So, we'll see. Speaking of Star Tropics, the first thing that I saw at MAGfest when I got there was the Star Tropics speed run by Johnny Go. He did a great job. And we were hooting and hollering, of course, about it. We all did our salute at the end of Chapter 5. And he had a decent run. I think he was a little bit over an hour and 10 minutes. And so there was a lot of people in the room at the time. There would be a lot more people in the room later when he did Mega Man X4. I like the Mega Man speedruns too. And so, but it was nice to see a lot of love for Star Tropics because it doesn't often get it. And it's the first time I've seen Star Tropics run at MAGfest. So that was really cool. He did very well and they were yucking it up. You might be able to catch that online. Yeah, because that was done by MAGfest, which is M-A-G Fast. So if you look for the Twitch MAGfast channel, they should have a recording of it on there. I might have given you one of my original ones. Okay. I'm guessing you've had them for a number of years because you've been in the same, I don't want to say the same line of work, but you've been in that realm for a number of years now, should we say. I watched a few of the streams. Nice. What did you watch, Space Beagle? I was in the room for Mega Man X4, the Mega Man DOS games, I'll talk about that in a second, and then Star Tropics. Well, Star Tropics was first. the Mega Man DOS games, if you've never seen them, it's cool. I don't want to say it's cool. It's good. It would be good to just watch like once on YouTube. It'll be entertaining because the Mega Man DOS games are hilarious. There's two of them, which are Mega Man 1 and Mega Man 3. Don't ask why. But each of them was entirely programmed, written, everything by one person, whose name escapes me now. He might have actually had some help for the second one, but at least for the first one, that was entirely by one person. The reason why I know about them is because back in the early 90s, when we got our first PC in 1994, one of the first CDs I had was a Capcom CD that had Street Fighter 2 on it for the PC. It was not a great version of Street Fighter 2. I wasn't a big fighting game fan by then. I really didn't like fighting games much at all. But that technically actually was my first Mega Man game because I had a copy of it. Mega Man, was it Mega Man 3 or 1? I thought it was Mega Man 1. Yeah, it had to be Mega Man 1. It also had a copy of Mega Man 1 on the same CD. So that was the first time that I ever actually played any kind of Mega Man at all. If you've not seen Mega Man on the DOS, it is not your mama's Mega Man. Did you watch TASBot? No, I did not. Mega Man versus the Toll Booth. You got it, Andrew. That's it. And there were a lot of people in that room that had never seen Mega Man DOS before. So when they jumped to a new level or something would happen or an enemy would come on screen, there was always this audible like, or this audible like, ha! You kind of like the shock and awe of it. While all of us that I seen are just like, yep, there's that. Or, yep, that enemy makes sense. Oh, yep, there's the glitch. Mm-hmm. Oh, look, Wily is spelled with an E. W-I-L-E-Y. Dr. Wily. So anyhow, that's the first time I really ever watched anything in full at MAGfest there, so that was fun. I also was able to catch the Death Battle panels with members of what used to be Screw Attack. So you're talking about like Chad James and Sam and Ben and that crew from 10, 12 years ago, for those of you who remember them. And that was one of the late night streams. And it was, they were drinking water. I called it Russian water that they were drinking. And so, they were trying to spell hard words. And it was fucking hilarious. Oh my God. And they are like, none of us are good spellers. None of us have like college degrees or anything. One of them, and I won't mention who because I just don't feel like that's my place. One of them, and he's joked about it before, was like, yeah, I literally grew up in a cult, and obviously I'm not a member of it anymore, so really, do you think my education has made me a good speller? Yeah, it was absolutely hilarious. Used to love Screw Attack. Yeah, I miss Terrible Thursdays quite a bit. Between Terrible Thursday and AVGN is how I learned about a lot of games. And then Nico is how I learned about quite a few games too. So, but anyhow, yeah, they had a panel there late at night and that was hilarious. Today, there was an autograph signing by somebody you might have heard of, associated with Screw Attack. His name is James Rolfe. He goes by the eponym Angry Video Game Nerd. You ever heard of him? The Nostalgia Critic. Yes, that's exactly right, Andrew. That's exactly right. So, I visited Mr. AVGN and, of course, shook his hands like, James, I looked at him and I said, James, I have a message for you on behalf of my chat. And yes, I'm being serious when I said this. My chat has to thank you for everything you've done to improve my streams, because of you, James, is where I've had to learn about and then play these two motherfuckers. And he's laughing, and I'm just like, yeah, so I blame you, bitch. And so we chatted for a bit. It's like, yeah, we're similar in age. And then it's like, and then I talked, and then I said, I got something else to show. I got another story to show of you, James. There was obviously a line, so I didn't want to stay there too long. But he's like, I was like, your first bad game, James, was Ghosts and Goblins, because he's talked about that. That was like the bad game that he played. He played that first on when he got his NES. I said, I have an equivalent story, James, because when I got my NES in Christmas of '89, no, I didn't play Ghosts and Goblins first, but I did play a bad game my first day. So, I proceeded to explain to him, it's like, let me tell you, James. The physics in this game don't make sense. Nothing in the game makes sense. In fact, this game, as is called officially in Japan, Japanese, it is, make sure I say it right, Kusogi. Correct me if I said it wrong, space people. Kusogi or Kusoge? I think I said Kusogi. I said, you'd be able to find it if you look it up, James. But I said, James, this is the perfect game for you. Right, that's how you spell it, correct. I said, but literally, James, I am not even kidding. If you translate it, it translates to shit game. And his eyes got real big. He's like, what? And I'm like, yes, look it up. It is literally call this shit game. And I know this because one of my good friends who's a regular stream viewer, actually a couple of you all, confirmed that because they translate for Japanese. And he's like, he nods and he's like, it's a good thing it's on the list. We have unofficial confirmation. An AVGN Splunker's coming. Which is also why I had him sign this motherfucker. And I said, and by the way, since this is your fault, you get to mark these up too, because you get to take ownership of this too. So yeah, I was talking to the guy behind me in line because he actually came over from Eastern Europe, and he's like 25 or so, and he saw me holding the games, and he's like, what are you holding there? He spent, I think, most of his childhood in America because I didn't detect any sort of accent. He was from Bulgaria. But I said, yeah, and I said, I wanted him to sign these. I told him, like, yeah, I wanted to sign these two games, and I showed him, like, because I blame him, and he looked at the games, he's like, oh, no. And I said, and yeah, I actually have beat these things on stream. He's like, oh, my God. You can't be serious. I'm like, yeah, I am. I'm just that stubborn. He's like, oh, my God. He's like, God bless you. And I'm like, gaming God bless me. So anyhow. Yeah, AVGN was there, and he was there signing stuff with his band, Rex Viper. And so they really cool. They're a metal band, and they live in different areas now. One of the members, their bassist, is actually moving to Japan apparently in 25. He told me. So, but they only play a few times a year now, so they'll get together for things like MAGfest and they'll play together. Oh, I would love to do a watch-along stream. That would be so fun. And I'll be like, all right, yes, you're right, James. Yes, you're right, James. Yes, everything you're saying is right. It's really that bad, James. Everything. He's not sugarcoating any of this shit. Related, AVGN has some really cool enamel pins. Shit. Pickle, shake, pickle, shake, pickle, shake, pickle, shake. And then you have the skull, and then you have him in the Konami laser scope. That is the laser scope, right? It's the one where you speak into and go, fire, 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 fire. AVGN, haven't watched him in a while. Core memory. Oh, he's still making vids. I mentioned The Last Ninja because we were talking about that because one was like, yeah, because that was one of those where I was, we talked about his backlog. He's like, yeah, I have so many games in the back. I was like, oh, I'm sure you do. There's so many shitty games. And I was like, yeah, you had Last Ninja in the backlog for a while. And he was like, yeah. And I said, but that's been one of my favorite recent episodes of yours. And then they're like, yeah, he's like, the shittier the game, it seems like the better the episode. I was like, yeah, because you have more content to pull from in order to, make your video better. So, but yeah, if you haven't seen the AVG and Last Ninja episode, that was released, I think, 23, maybe? But one of my favorite recent videos, and it's very classic AVGN, hilarious as hell. So, give it a look. But yeah, cool enamel pins. Got the nerd signature. And there is a new AVGN game coming soon. I have a little, tag or thing. This, by the way, this is not sponsored by AVGN, folks. Just for the record. It is not. I wish it was. Here it is. So, 8-bit AVGN that literally plays on an NES. So, they had it hooked up in the games area, and so I got to sit down. They had the first level done. I was able to play it and play through that, and it was very good. It was very fun. I didn't think it was hard, but I was talking to the guy there, man the station. I'm like, I grew up with NES games, so there's probably a hurdle I don't have to go through that others do. He's like, yeah, that's almost without a doubt true. I also just accidentally discovered a glitch in the thing. But at least with what I played, it was very good. So stay tuned for that. It supposedly is coming out this year. Angry Video Game Nerd, 8-bit. And I'm guessing it's going to have a digital version in addition to the actual cartridge version. JonTron did it first, but I'd like to see CC's run. Uh-oh, of what? Oh, Titanic game? Oh, God. That's one of my favorite JonTron episodes, too. I will play any game. I will play any game on earth. I will play any game on earth, but I won't play that. I mean, oh, yas! You could have called this game Burr. Yes. I miss JonTron reviewing retro games. Some of his newer games reviews I liked, but when he reviewed an older game, it was off the chain. It was off the rails with him. His review of Takeshi's Castle is absolutely perfect. I know there's a ways I can play Takeshi's Castle too. It's on my list for probably eventually. He had some. He said some stuff and got in trouble. Yeah, he did, but he's still making videos. It's not frequently. He released one like within the past month, I think, actually. And of course, he and who was it? Was it Aaron? Did Game Grumps? But yeah. So anyhow, yeah, JonTron is still going, but he's not really reviewing games anymore. He's reviewing other shit. Like he's reviewed freaking Flex Tape, like actual like Flex Tape. That shit was hilarious though. So anyhow, yeah. I know Shmoyoho did a bunch of stuff with him. Who is Shmoyoho? Shmoyoho? I don't even know your ho. Now it's Aaron and Dan. Okay. Yeah, I never have watched Game Grumps, really. I've seen like a couple episodes, but like that one, Game Grumps never really clicked with me. JonTron really didn't click with me for a while, and then there reached a point that was really fun. They're an experience. Shmoyoho. Is that how you pronounce it? Sounds like you're saying smell your hoe. Smell your hoe before you use it, folks. There's today's advice from Chief. Are they on YouTube, IP? So, anyhow, other things that I picked up. Today, earlier, one of the things you've heard me talk about maybe on stream is that when I grew up, we went to Pennsylvania a lot because my dad's side of the family lives up there. So, it was from us about 3.5 hours away. So, I had a lot of chance to play portable things. One thing, we usually go after school. We usually go up Friday nights. It's dark. Game Boy doesn't have a backlit screen. And when I going up there, they didn't make a way to really do that. So my dad was like, well, if he's going to play games on the way up, he needs some of a backlit screen. Good thing there was another console back in the day that was portable and had a backlit screen. The Game Gear. Now, I already have a Game Gear. Why did I buy a second one? I have a lot of Game Gear games. A lot from when I was a kid. I might have like 50 Game Gear games. Hope you brought 500 batteries. I actually have the packs that you actually plug into the wall and charge, Andrew. I have both versions. The one in which you put one on each end, and then there's the one that's one piece that goes across the whole thing. I actually have both from back then, from when I had my Game Gear. So I have my original Game Gear, and I bought this one. Why? Because since I've started streaming, and here we are 10 years later, and it still hasn't happened, I have wanted to stream Game Gear games. Streaming Game Gear games is hard. And Game Gear emulators are not usually great. They're oftentimes either the sound's off, the graphics off, there's glitches all over the place. Game Gear games are oftentimes ports of Master System games. And it is I don't know what it is. The emulators have a hard time with them. So anyhow, I've wanted to stream Game Gear games playing directly from the Game Gear. You can mod a Game Gear to run to a capture card to connect to your computer. However, it involves opening the sucker up and getting into the boards. I don't want to risk doing that to my OG Game Boy. This one works, but as you can see, it kind of has a little bit of a messed up screen. So I got it cheap. This will be my test bed to see if I can get Game Gear games connected to the computer so I can finally stream Game Gear games directly, just like all my other consoles. So stay tuned. this might be the path forward. Because I got a lot of interesting stuff on the Game Gear, folks. Between Game Gear and Virtual Boy, you must have gone through tons of batteries. With the Virtual Boy, it did not go through batteries as quickly as you thought it would. Game Gear, yes. But I never used batteries for the Game Gear. I always used the rechargeable battery packs. So there were two versions. One of them was you had them like both here. So, and then there was also one that was this one piece that went across. I had both of those. So I didn't use as many batteries. Plugged those things into the wall, had those things charged up, and then I hooked them up when we started getting on the road in my dad's old Mazda B2000 and went on the road. And Power Rangers games. What else did I have? I found the Wheel of Fortune on Game Gear in like the late 90s, early 2000s. That was one of my first real like, oh, there it is. Big finds. What else did I have? I had so much shit. Dragon, the Bruce Lee story. Sonic 2. Sonic Triple Trouble. Sonic Triple Trouble is a damn good Sonic the Hedgehog game that often gets overlooked, I think. I'm missing stuff. I had things like checkers and backgammon and that kind of stuff. Mickey's... It's not Castle of Illusion, but it's basically what their version of it was. I feel like I'm missing like a few really important games. As I said, I had the Power Rangers games. Those took up a ton of my time. The Power Rangers Game Gear tunes live rent-free in my head. Epic Mickey? No. It was not Epic Mickey, no. What am I missing? Chicago Syndicate. That's an infamous one. But yeah, I have a number. I'm trying to think of games I had back then, not games that I necessarily have now. I have a ton more games now. But yeah, I had a ton of games. And adding to the list that I found today because it was on sale, Terminator 2 on the Game Gear. So we're adding that to the list. Hopefully I'll be able to play on stream. And again, in good shape. So there's that. Andrew. I feel like you might be the only one that knows this. Maybe not. Who knows? Does anybody remember the Game.com? It was a console from the 90s. It was a portable thing. It was supposed to be kind of like the follow-up to Tiger Electronics handheld games. Yes, sir! Game display, Mr. Andrew. What is the rarest game for the Game.com? Vaguely Space Movie? Yeah. It was one of those things that came and went relatively quickly. I'll give you... Wow, I don't know officially, but I know it has Sonic. It does have Sonic on it, right. There is a game that was made in 1997 for the Game.com that was not released until the Game.com was officially discontinued. The reason is because the games were printed and the cartridges had already been run. So, frankly, there was no point for them to just hold on to them. So, it was the last release for the system and is the rarest game for the Game.com. Came and went like the TurboGrafx 16, right. And it's funny because I never would have ever thought that you could say that the rarest game for any video game system out there was Wheel of Fortune. And they had it. When I saw this sucker, I don't have a game.com, but when I saw this sucker, I'm like, wait a minute. And I had to do a little research, and the guy was like, what are you looking at? And I'm like, I'm looking at that Wheel of Fortune. And he's like, I've only ever seen one of these in the wild in 20 years in business. And I'm like, I've never seen it in the wild. I have probably every single Wheel of Fortune game, whether digitally or a hard copy of, that has ever been made. Minus what's on like the game.com. Hell, I have Wheel of Fortune cartridges for consoles I don't even own. So I got this, and I'm going to be getting a game.com soon. Because you can get them relatively cheap. But this is literally the last game released for the sucker, and is indeed the rarest. 1997. And it's Wheel of Fortune. What can you say from the time? 750 puzzles. Grats. Thank you. See, if there's anything for sure, it's that my game show nerdiness will always end up overruling my video game nerdiness. Though sometimes it's a very, very tight race. When they both work together, it's the end of my wallet. It's not an earth-shattering amount, but it was definitely not a cheap game. Not even like the most expensive game I've ever bought. But it's a rare sucker. So yeah, it's complete in box too. So I'm kind of like, yep, it's mine. Yeah, that was the big purchase of the weekend. Now, on to some other things. Hey, Space Beagle. Hey, Andrew, you watching? I'm adding something to my Famicom collection. Complete in box yet again. So, if you know anything about me and Mega Man, my two favorite Mega Mans are Mega Man 3 and Mega Man 6. So, I have I have Rockman 6, and I have Rockman 3. Rock Dan, yes. So, yes, beautiful shape. Like, they were like, all right, if you're going to buy this, we're going to take this out. And I was like, yes, by all means, you know, fine, I trust you all, but I'll look at the booklet just to make sure. And yeah, it's in beautiful shape. There is a couple of vendors there where you can actually get some Japanese import games from. Or not even import. You get some games released in Japan that they bring over. So I have the converter. And one of these days, I will probably do a Japanese Famicom stream or two, playing through these things, maybe comparing them to the English versions. For the most part, they're the same. If there's any text, oftentimes, of course, that's different. But there might be slight changes in gameplay. Now, here's something that you may not have thought existed, but apparently, as I found out, does. Did you know Rockman 6 came out with a carrying case? A few rooms in Mega Man 3 were changed. That actually, I think, sounds familiar. They changed, like, enemies, or maybe they, like, removed, like, a wall or two. So, apparently... So, I mean, I asked the lady, and I'm like, okay, what's the story behind why this exists? And she said, apparently, this was in whatever the Japanese equivalent of claw games were. And this was from the mid-90s. So, of course, it's Rockman 6, and it has all the bosses on it. And on the back, you can see a screen from in-game. And I can't read that, Space Beagle or Andrew. So, if you wanted to, you could translate that for me. But it might be very hard with the camera resolution, because I can't even see all of it myself, looking at the camera. But, yeah, it's meant to basically store Famicom games. So, really cool. As I said, Mega Man 3, Mega Man 6 are the two that I am most attached to. So, things relating to those two specifically, I keep an eye out for. Is it the same as your box copy on the back? That's a good question. Well, this is 3. This is 6. Let me see. Where is my 6? It's down in here. It might be. That's a good question, Andrew. Yeah, it's a little bit buried. I think. Let me just look up here. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I only have Rock Band 6 in, this stuff. I don't have the actual box with it. Though if you do compare it, Andrew, I bet you're right. Because if you look at 3 versus 6, the screenshots are different. The text does look different, but the general layout is exactly the same. So I bet you're right. It's exactly the same as the back of the Rockman 6 cart. So anyhow, I like these. I like getting these just because they're just, it's fun. Oh, that's right. Let me just open this up. The plastic casing, I'll put it back in when it's done. When she opened it up, it, first of all, just in great shape. But also what struck me, because I had seen an image before online, but I've not, seen it, in person. It just struck me how bright the green is for Rockman 3. It is bright green. Very green. Like lime Star Tropics green. And here's our manual. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. So, yeah. This is me nerding out and getting things like this because this is what you do at MAGfest. You go into it just anticipating I'm going to spend some money, and that's just going to how it's have to be. I did compete in some tournaments, even though I couldn't do the classic concentration because the cartridge didn't work. I played in the poker tournament, and I played in the Splendor tournament. I wonder how they chose the cartridge for each Rockman game. I was thinking about that too, Andrew. My guess is that they were choosing some kind of color associated with something going on in the game. But I don't know what that lime green would be doing. Maybe they had a... maybe they were just trying to differentiate each one from the others, so they were going through colors just like in some, I don't want to say random order, but colors they hadn't used previously. If any of you have played the board game Splendor, I like Splendor quite a bit. It's basically a game where you're collecting resources, and the first person to get to 15 points wins. We played in 4-player sets. I didn't win a single match, but to tell you something, and again, if you know Splendor, you're going to know what I'm talking about. Bigfoot, if he was in here, he knows Splendor. You're trying to get to 15 points. For my 3 games I was able to play, because then they did a point accumulation and wins and all that kind of thing. My 3 scores were 10 points, 12 points, and 12 points. Most of the time, if you end the game with that score, you're in second place. Because usually if you're in 4th place while playing a 4-player game, you have a score like 4 points or 6 points or 7 points. There were a lot of people getting those types of point scores there who were getting like 4th place with 4 points, 4 places, 6 points. The games that I played in were crazy. And like we were all like, everyone who was in all the games I was playing were like, these games, these layouts of the board, because you're drawing the card, you're shuffling them, and you're laying them out, were absolutely insane. When I had the 10-point game, I was in 4th place. It was like 10 points, 12, 13, and 15. It was insanely tight. And we were all by it. Like that game, you can get through a game of Splendor in like 10, 15 minutes. That game took 45 minutes. We were the last ones done just because there was such a resource problem where resources and things were not coming up. And we were just like, we were all just kind of like in shock. And we were all just like, none of us had really, we all were like, we had never had to think so hard playing a game of Splendor that we had to that game. So they were very good games, and I scored highly, but I never got above third place. So it was really, as they said, it's like, you just had horrible luck. So, but that was fun. And then I played a poker tournament, and I made it pretty deep in that one. And I lost top pair to 2 pair. I was in second place in chips at the point. So that kind of sucked. But that's what happens when you play poker. So there was that. Now, then I tell you, there's a lot that goes on at MAGfest, and I have a lot to summarize after I'm done with it. We're going on to the last bits. So, most of this stuff that you see here, the minus the light, which Bigfoot made. There we go. Bigfoot made that, but most of the rest of the stuff that you see here is stuff that came from MAGfest. Mr. Earl's wife, Stephanie, made that. But, like, you have Mike there painted. You have the Triforce there. Link there. And, if I can point my finger correctly, that Mega Man art, the Link art over there. The Link Zelda 2 art over there. That's Zelda 2. That's Zelda 2. Those 2 over there. So, I get a lot of art from MAGfest from artists. And because I like to support artists. So, I got 2 pieces. I got some pieces of art. I'll show you the first 2 here, which are graphics that I think that they made the digital versions of these. They digitally made these, and then of course they printed them out. One of them is Castlevania. This is Castlevania 3, absolutely gorgeous. You could also say it's from the Castlevania Netflix series, but very pretty. Alucard, of course, an inspiration for Mr. Golgo, my character from D&D. Then you have Sypha and Trevor. So, very nice. And then you have, of course, the whip, which my hand is partly covering. I'm just trying to hold the whip, Trevor. I'm sorry. I'm borrowing it from you. So, there's one. And then, very pretty. This one was the first one that caught my eye, and I was like, holy shit. That is, like, incredible. It's Mega Man X. And do you see 0? It's probably faint for you all, but that's 0 right there. Standing in the distance. But yeah, that is a really great piece of Mega Man X art. He's on the speeder bike. Is it the speeder bike? Yeah, it's a speeder bike. But yeah, just the way the sky looks and then the angle X is at, it's a really great looking poster. So yeah, I love this thing. The problem is, where the hell am I going to hang all this shit? I don't know. I'm already out of wall space and I'm buying more. Why? Why do I do this to myself? Because we're not done. So I mentioned that piece I got at MAGfest. Mike, right there, I got from MAGfest. Mega Man, up there, I got from MAGfest. They were all made by the same guy. 1, 2, 3. Am I missing one? No, I don't think so. Those were made by the same guy. Now, here's the funny thing. This guy is part of Rex Viper. He's the bassist for AVGN's band. He's also a Star Tropics fan. He didn't have any Star Tropics stuff this time. But he and I talk about it a little bit when we're there. Just saying hi, all that kind of thing. But he had so much shit that was so good this time. I really struggled because I was like, I'm not going to be able to buy anything from this year because I don't have any space for it. Oh, I was wrong. Oh, I was wrong. First off, continuing the Castlevania theme, we got Trevor. whipping some skeleton heads. And he paints all this by hand, folks. Insanely good. He is insanely good. I'm like, how do you do this? So I gotta find a place for this thing. I also gotta find a place, of course, for another Zelda 2, because there can't be enough Zelda 2 here. But just look at how good the color is. It kind of looks blue on your end, but it's actually, that's like a fuchsia. Like, this is a fuchsia here. To match the color of the palace in Zelda 2. But again, just absolutely perfect. That's really good, the Trevor painting, right? Yeah, come up here. Here we go. Beautiful. He had one that was an image from Mega Man 4. It was the image where Mega Man, he is, you know, it is in the intro, and his eyes open for the first time when he's awake as Mega Man. And it has that futuristic background behind him with, like, the pink and the black boxes. So he had a big version of that was like... It was even bigger than, like, Mega Man up there above my arcade. It was even bigger than that. That was $200. I almost bought that thing. I decided against it. Just because I'm like... I already have enough problems. I'm gonna have enough problems trying to find things of these size, other than anything else. This is pretty similar in size. Actually, a little bit smaller than here. So I have to find places to put this now. Can't even see it from there. Yeah, you can see it from there. What about here? Yeah, you can't really make it out there. I put it here in front of the speaker. Can't really make that out there either. I'm also gonna need to start shining a light over here so that you can see all the shit going on over here, because there's a lot of stuff going on. And there's Sonic saying hi. So yeah, as per normal, got a lot of shit at MAGfest. Oh boy. Anyhow, a lot of fun. If you ever get a chance to go to MAGfest, I recommend it. In the same realm, you have like Portland Retro Gaming Expo and others. Just, if you're a retro fan and you like collecting stuff, bring your wallet. You gonna need it. You're gonna need it hard. So glad you had fun. Yes, hopefully you can join me next year, Space Beagle. How are you feeling, Space Beagle? Do you know what's going on? Was it like a flu or something else? Space Beagle was going to join me. But unfortunately, she ended up not feeling well. So, it happens, which I'm so sorry about for her. I could have introduced you to the angry video game nerd, Space Beagle. AVGN meet Space Beagle. Space Beagle meet AVGN. He's a motherfucker. And he plays shitty games for other people's enjoyment. What kind of a job is that? He was the big, besides the Screw Attack gang, they weren't, James and the Screw Attack gang, they weren't there last year, but they were there the first year I went, 2 years ago, and so, it was nice seeing them again. And that's where I got the Nintendo sign. Yeah, there we go. I got a Nintendo sign which has, Chad and Sam and Ben's signature on the back from Screw Attack. If you like them, IP Cosmonaut, yeah, here you go. Here's all their signature. I think Sean's name is on there too. There's Ben, there's Chad, there's Sam, and that should be Sean. No, that's Liam's. That's Liam's. So it's Ben, Sam's, Chad's, and Liam's. So, yeah. But this is 3D printed. So, yeah. The Chief had a good old time. Hey, Iron. How you doing? I've been summarizing my MAGfest spoils. Nerding out like a nerd. I'm slowly getting better, still short of breath. Probably going to see the doctor if it's still an issue in a couple days. I'm so sorry. But you said it's not COVID, right? You took a COVID test and it came back negative, right? How you doing, Iron? And the other thing that I do at MAGfest besides all that is, of course, is I pig out. Because National Harbor has a lot of good food. Has a lot of good restaurants, I should say. They have a really great Italian restaurant that I like. And then they have Grace's Mandarin, which is a very good Chinese restaurant. And then I went to a restaurant today for the first time that I had never been to before. That was kind of like a steak place. And they had very good steak. And their vegetables, like their SHIs, they had like garlic mashed potatoes and creamed corn, which you never see on like a restaurant menu. And they had these grilled carrots and root vegetable medley. It was so fucking good. I mean, because it's National Harbor, unfortunately, it's all expensive. But if you're there, you know, I'm kind of like, provided that you don't just totally screw yourself financially, live it up. So, we're going to get into Blaster Master shortly if I can get it to work, because apparently it's deciding it's not going to cooperate this evening. It was, you know, playing when we started the stream, and then like about 10 minutes into it, it started giving the blinky blink, which is not good. Where's all my alcohol go? Has anybody besides me, of course, in the chat, been to a MAGfest before? Let me grab the alcohol. Surprise! I went through that door and I came out over there. Ha ha ha. I am just magical. Bring us some alcohol too. You need alcohol. You should not be having alcohol right now, Space Beagle. You're sick. IP Cosmonaut, tell her. Drinks for the chat. Oh boy. You all are already a handful as you are. Drunk, unmanageable. Not even Golgo would go with you all if you were drunk. And he's gone with a lot. I didn't find any Golgo merch there, by the way, unfortunately. I keep on the lookout, but I've really struck out there pretty well. Like, I talked to a few people who sell manga or they sell anime art, and they all know who Goggo is. They all know absolutely who Goggo is. Most of the retro, like, game sellers and all, they know who Goggo is too. But do they any of them sell any Goggo merch unless they have the NES games? Nope. Because my stand over there is very, very, I think, devoid of Goggo stuff. Don't you think? Welcome to the cleaning section of the stream. We are the most well-behaved chat on Twitch. Sure. We should take a trip to Japan for Comiket. I bet there's at least one Goggo Dojin artist. Comiket, I have not heard of. When do they do Comiket, says Bagel? And yes, we should take the trip to Japan, of course. Bigfoot is the best behaved of all. Sure, if you want to go with that. Twice a year. August and December, okay. I recommend December. Any particular reason? Better part of the year? Less tourists? More stuff? Because it's melt your face hot and humid in August. Okay, that's logical. The lewd sounds you were hearing is me using the eliminator on the NES. And one of the secrets that I found over the years is adding a little bit of isopropyl alcohol into it. Helps with cleaning the contacts in the NES. And also, as just a conductor, provided that you don't use too much, can actually help with making the connection at first and then keeping it. Yeah. So yeah, the eliminator. Very useful tool. And case in point, take a look. What's working again? There you go. You gave the game booze before by submitting a complaint to ButtSpot. We're sorry. Your complaint cannot be completed as dialed. Please hang up. And go butt yourself. But yes, I did give the game booze, and it worked. Ain't no shame. I love how the radioactive thing is just in these kids' back. Right? Right? Exactly. Like, there's nothing potentially wrong with that. There's nothing to be concerned about with that.
Bluetooth is on.
Sorry about that as I get the connections put together again. Was it Sonia? It was something like that. Or was it Sophia? It was Sophia. Sophia the Third. Wasn't it? Anyway, let's get rolling. One of my 4 favorite Golden Girls. I think Earl's too. So we made it to the end of the 4th section last time. Didn't quite get through it. Our big struggle was the 3rd section's boss. So we'll see if he proves to be a problem as well too tonight. So has anybody been to, like, I mean, it sounds like nobody else has been to MAGfest in here, but has anybody else been to, like, any similar events? I mean, there's cons out there where they also have a video game sort of vibe to it. A lot of people are referencing KetsuCon, too. They're talking about the one coming up, and I didn't catch necessarily all of it, but there was a lot of discussion about KetsuCon this year, too. So it made me think that they were doing something interesting or special this year. You been to PAX East? Nice. When was that, Space Beagle? Oh yeah, I forgot. Fall damage. And of course, if you get hit, it also takes away 1 of your gunpowder. KetsuCon, I think, is more anime-oriented. That might be. That sounds right. So I'm going to experiment with something here. I don't know how helpful it's going to be, but... Well, actually, this is probably not the one to do that, because there's only 2 gun power-ups in this section. I have not been to too many games. That's another one that I've wanted to go to. 2012, and wanted to go back ever since. Okay. It's in Oaks, Pennsylvania. Ah... Yeah, PAX East I've wanted to go to. I've wanted to go to, too many games. Oh, come on. We've already lost one of our gun power-ups because this game's hard. You may have also seen me streaming over the weekend because I did a couple of experiments seeing how, if I was able to do anything, at MAGfest using Twitch, and number 1, the video quality was not great, but number 2, because the arcade is in the on the bottom floor of the Gaylord Hotel there, the service is not necessarily great, and there is not public Wi-Fi available like that. If you're a guest at the hotel, you can have Wi-Fi anywhere in the hotel, but if you're just, like, attending a conference like that, no, they don't give you a Wi-Fi password or anything like that. So my reception wasn't great. The video quality wasn't great. The sound probably wasn't great because, of course, it's always loud in there. It's a big meeting room. A lot of people in it at any one time. So, yeah. It probably did not come off great. So, if you saw that, that's what was going on there. One of the things I also did when I was in the arcade was Fester's Quest, which is a game you've heard me talk about before if you've been with the stream a while. One of my original games, a game that I like, made by Sunsoft, built from the same engine here as Blaster Master, was on a Nintendo Play Choice 10 arcade cabinet there. So of actual joystick, but you know, and button type arcade setup. So I played through, and by some fucking miracle, I beat Fester's Quest on the Play Choice 10 arcade unit without dying. I rarely can do that on the fucking console. So I recorded it. I was very pleased with myself. Because when I reached the alien spaceship, I hadn't died. And so I got my phone out and I'm like, okay, I'm going to record this because there's a chance this is happening. And it's going to be pretty crazy. And yeah, somehow, by some fucking miracle, I did it. And I have the footage to prove it. So anyhow, I'll probably be uploading that to either YouTube or Twitch or something like that at a later point. Hopefully this week. The video quality isn't great because, again, there's not like a real convenient place you can put the camera in order to record in situations like that. I actually thought about whether it'd be worth it for me to bring like a tripod or like a camcorder or something like that to something like MAGfest, but I haven't done that yet. But what I was recording when I was there was me playing through the retro game challenges, which is a separate section of the downstairs arcade area. So it has like, you know, user created, group approved like challenges with retro games. They put like a spin on classic games and you have a whole bunch of them that you can select from and play, and you earn points, and you score enough points you can get some like rewards, some little bit of some simple swag and all that kind of thing. But a really cool idea. So like, for example, one of the challenges, like this time I was able to beat, that they have pretty regularly, is that you have to play through the first level of Super Mario Brothers and you can't stop running. Like, you have to play through the entire first level of Super Mario Brothers and run through the whole thing. You can't stop. You can't slow down. You can't hesitate. You basically have to hold the B button the whole time and run through the entire level. And even if you run into, like, a wall, that means you stopped and you instantly die. That was the last challenge I completed right as they were closing things up for the day today. So that made me very proud, because once you learn the pattern for most of the level, it's all right. But getting up over the stairs with that situation and not being able to run into a wall and not being able to stop is rough. It is legitimately very hard to do that. Boss time, I think? Nope, not quite yet. Yeah, that's right. We have Terminator heads to deal with. That's right. I'm too fat to get through. Damn it! Stop killing me! No fat shame. Really, it's not that he's too fat. It's that his suit is fat. That's what it is. We can call his suit fat, because it is. His suit is very bulky. It's like a bad astronaut suit. Our character's name, John? Is that his name? What's our character's name again? I don't remember. He seems to be a relatively fit teenager, who again owns a pet frog that likes to jump out. Thus the source of the story for this game. Alright, basic power level gun. Here we go. Brain. Oh, that's right. We have bombs. That's right. Not good. I think that's the first time I died to that boss. Oh, well, look who's finally decided to show himself. Were your ears burning, Bigfoot? Now we all have to behave. Bigfoot is here. Right, exactly. Earl is always an adult, and that's right. That's accurate, Bigfoot. Earl is the adult of the group. How are you doing this evening, Bigfoot? There we go. Had a much nicer pattern that day. Sick? You all must be passing some sort of crud around over there on that side of the bridge. Good lord. What is going on? Space Beagle's not feeling well, unfortunately, either. Not COVID, thank goodness. But I will tell you, because, you know, because MAGfest was coming up, I did get my flu shot, which I've been trying, which actually was on my list to do. I just didn't get around to it last year, which is my damn, with my dislocated knee. So I had my flu shot a couple weeks ago, and I actually did get the most recent COVID booster, because it has been a little while for that, and I need to space those out appropriately because of my own GI issues, immunocompromised status. So vaccines are very important for us. But we have to be careful, because if we overdo it, our body can go into a bad overdrive, and it can exacerbate those immunocompromised issues. Basically, don't get like 3 vaccines at once, or too close to each other, which is not recommended anyway. But some people do that, and then they're like, I feel horrible for a week. Well, why the fuck do you think you did? Let your body build the immunity to one, and then, you know, give it some time to kind of catch up, and then keep going. Stressful being a CC fan, right? You missed the entire first part of the stream where we were talking about MAGfest, Bigfoot. And I was sharing all my spoils. Dr. CC, that's right. This way. Just give me a controller and let me throw those pills to kill those viruses. Just like Dr. Mario. Oops. We'll save that for later. This is the one where it's like all sorts of diagonal, right? Not quite the one I was thinking of, but still. So I have to remember now which of these blocks had the power-ups I'm looking for. You all still got snow on the ground over there? I would say about 30% of my yard is visible again. 70% is still covered with snow. roads are all clear, but also at a point it's supposed to get in the 60s this week, which makes me very happy, but that'll take care of probably most of whatever is left when it gets that warm. And hopefully getting that warm will help your alls with feeling better. Y'all's is feeling better. With whatever ailment you all have, hopefully that will help. The weather for the most part at MAGfest was quite good. There was no rain, it was sunny, it was cold, but I was able to, you know, multi-layer, of course, and be perfectly fine. Wow. Wow. Oh, Bigfoot, you weren't here when I shared my news. Bigfoot, do you know who Angry Video Game Nerd is? I mean, you've probably heard us talk about him, but do you actually know who, like, you actually know that who he actually is, like, online? I'm not talking about, like, his real name. Just, like, you are aware of who he is, what he does. Balls drop? No, I was waiting for yours to first. I wanted to give you the benefit of the doubt, Bigfoot. That's why I was waiting. This one does have a nice number of power-ups. Not as much for the gun as I prefer, but the problem is that you're shooting so many of these fucking blocks. It takes forever to get through this one. No, I do not know him. Okay. Well, he's a very famous video game reviewer. He was one of the ones who helped put YouTube on the map because he uploaded his videos back in the very early days of YouTube. He reviews video games, and he's, you know, funny about it because he's an overly angry nerd type persona, reviewing them and pointing out why a game might suck or something may, you know, not be as great as it's hyped up to be. But anyhow, he's been on YouTube. He's been making videos on his website and on YouTube for over 20 years now. I did meet him. That's not the big news, though, because I've met him before. He lives in Pennsylvania. So, he picks games. He mostly chooses retro games because he's, like, a couple years older than me. So, he's the one where, like, in Space Beagle and others know this. The reason why Ghosts and Goblins and Silver Surfer were on the wheel of completion was because they're games that he's reviewed at some point and shat on. Well, I brought those games, and I got his autograph on them. He's very nice. He autographs stuff if you ask him. That's not the big deal. I talked to him, said hi, you know, and I'm like, so I blame my chat for playing those games. But there's also another game that I have that you haven't reviewed, James, that I think needs to be put in with this collection. So, he laughed, and he's like, and I talked to the story about how in Japan it's called the Kusoge, or I'm sorry if I mispronounced it. Kusoji, I think, or translating to shit game, which we found the last time we played Splunker. I had him sign it. 7-Day Live, OG Splunker, no. So he said, And so when I explained about that whole shit game thing, his eyes got real big and he was like, what? And I was like, yeah, that's a real thing, James. You can look it up and find that. And he was like, oh my God. And then he said, well, it's a good thing that it's on the list. Kusoge, thank you, Space Beagle. Coming soon. AVGN plays Splunker. After 35 years, I will finally be vindicated. Because when AVGN reviews it, there's literally been games that have spiked in value after AVGN has reviewed them. I know which way I need to go. I agree with Bigfoot. You should play Splunker for him. I've played enough Splunker for him. He could go to my streams and find enough usable video footage for multiple reviews of the game. And he's free to use them. Just put my name in the chat. Just attribute, you know, give me a little marketing publicity for my channel. If you hadn't seen it, Bigfoot, I guess you haven't because you haven't seen this video. He reviewed a game a few years ago. Jesus Christ, what was that game? Black Tiger, that's the game. He reviewed a game, Black Tiger. I think it was for like the PlayStation 2. His guest on the review was Gilbert Godfrey. The Gilbert Godfrey that played the character name Bigfoot, Fred Fox. Oops. Yep, I'm not making any of that up, Bigfoot. Fred Fox. Yes, you got it. The only difference is that it's instead of a K, it's an H. But yes, it is pronounced exactly like that. Fred Fox. Oh my God, it's Fred Fox. Oh my God, Fred Fox. Oh my God. Not fuck Fred. Well, AVGN might as well have said that. And that was literally a person's name. As I said, replace the K at the H. That was literally a person's name that worked on multiple games that he's reviewed. Not CC fuck? No. Nobody's interested in that. Much the same as Bigfoot fuck. Nobody's interested in that, right? Those bombs hurt. Remember that from last time? I do, because it sucked. Good thing I like your mom. And for some reason, she seems to like you too. Yeah, that's a good point. Thank you, Bigfoot. You didn't miss much. I just was getting into this section. I hadn't gone into, like, any other areas or anything. Because I put up with your shit? Well, not untrue, But there are people that put up with my shit that my mom doesn't like, so there must be more to it that... There must be more to it than that. Yes, sound effects. All the sound effects. You know what I need to add to there? Well, I don't want to potentially risk, like, copyright infringement. Wouldn't be copyright infringement, but, like, you know. I was thinking as, like, it'd be funny if I added an exclamation mark, fuck, and it'd be AVGN saying, fuck! But I feel like that, even though I obviously would be attributing it to him, and I would be best if I were to ask his permission if there was some way to do that first. Also, I mean, I don't think Twitch's moderators would have a conniption about exclamation mark fuck, but who knows? There is a chance of that. Yeah, this is not a good one in order to grind either because of this fucker. FF. For flying fuckballs? This stream has just been like an ongoing series of AVGN references. Which was not what I intended, but there are worse streams. Fuck face. Don't fuck the face, Bigfoot. Unless you want to pay for the dental work. This is such a positive, wholesome chat, right? Just like always, Space Beagle. I mean, when is this not a positive, wholesome chat? But yeah, Bigfoot, if you did want to see that one, if you did want to see that thing he did with Gilbert Godfrey, you would just have to search like Angry Video Game Nerd or AVGN Black Tiger, and it should come up. He also did a review of the Home Alone games, the retro Home Alone games on like the NES, the SNES, with the Macaulay Culkin. Yeah, so people like him. He is, like, respected in the internet community, in the nerd community, in the, you know, what do you call it? The, otaku community, I guess. The nerd community. YouTube, video games, all the stuff, just because he's been around for so long, and he was one of the first. Like, he was one of the first that really did help put YouTube on the map. And he's now been doing it officially for 20 years, which he's even just like, Jesus Christ, has it been that long? Cinemassacre, that's correct. That's the name of his production company. He did make a movie a few years ago, an actual like theatrical release movie. For people that have watched AVGN, what are your favorite AVGN? What is your favorite AVGN episode? It's so funny how serious people were about that stuff back in the day, like all the AVGN versus Nostalgia Critic stuff and so on. Now it's all this chill. Yeah, for the most part, right. Yeah, people were losing their shit at a point about that. And even back then, to me, it felt kind of dumb. It's like, who gives a fuck? They're like, it's not like, you know, one is like infringing. It's not like this is a television channel where you either watch one or the other. You can subscribe to both. You can watch both. They don't even, like, for the most part, review the same stuff. Nostalgia Critic was mostly movies, even back then. And AVGN was video games. With movies once in a while. So it was like, why are they feuding? Never made sense to me. But I didn't watch AVGN back then when I was like, oh, I didn't really start watching AVGN until like 2011, 12, something like that. I mean, I knew who he was, but that was just not something that I really, like, back in, like, college that I was, like, into. Oh my god. We'll make it work. Thank you for the P. But yeah, he has over 200 episodes online now, Bigfoot, so you could be watching him for quite some time. Oh my god. Oh my god. There we go. Why isn't there a power-up P there? I see Mr. Earl is in the chat. How you doing, Earl? We did our MAGfest recap, and we're back to Blaster Master now. I think it's because a lot of people think the Nostalgia Critic has fallen off. Yes, he's definitely not as popular as he once was, and he got himself into hot water a few years ago because his company, he was doing some nasty things, apparently. I don't know all the details, but yeah, he kind of burned himself a bit. Greetings, all. I'm doing all right, just multitasking, putting the final touches on my syllabus. Yeah. Does class start this week, Earl? I'm guessing it does. Yeah, I only started watching him in Nostalgia Critic in 16 to 17 long after all that stuff took place. Yeah, I never watched really Nostalgia Critic at all. I met Nostalgia Critic at Connecticon one year and his team. They were very nice. Yeah, I feel like those are the types of people that tend to be nice at the cons, for sure. Just because they don't have that type of ego that often comes with a Hollywood type of stardom. Some of them, I think, do, but for the most part, they're usually not like that. My semester starts tomorrow. Good luck, Earl. I hope it all starts off well. How was MAGfest? I've heard some of your experience there. Yeah, I don't know how long you've been listening in. I've been talking about it, shared some things. You know, it's in National Harbor, which means, of course, everything's expensive, but I stuffed my face a bit. Boss 2. Had a lot of fun, Earl. It was, a good time. Bought a lot of shit. Am I dead already? God damn it. And you can't get any one-ups in this game, at least as far as I've been able to tell. Eddie Buffett is at National Harbor. Not that I've seen. No, it's not. Doesn't tend to be that kind of restaurant or place. They don't tend to have that kind of stuff there. But they have very good food. I mean, they have an excellent Chinese restaurant that I do think you would like called Grace's Mandarin. They're a chain, but their food is very good. And they have a nice variety of different types of East Asian cuisine that is, I think, seems like it's pretty authentic. I also had Italian at a restaurant called Fiorella. That's this kind of this little hole in the wall there. That's really good. And then I had a very nice steak today at another restaurant, whose name escapes me right now, that had very great vegetables and sides. And one of the few restaurants I've ever been that actually has creamed corn as a side. You don't see creamed corn much as a side at a restaurant. And they kicked it up, a creamed corn recipe up a bit. It was very good. It almost had like a corn pudding, kind of a vibe to it, but it was still very much creamed corn, but it was very good. And then they had this massive chocolate chip cookie and vanilla ice cream dessert that I got because I asked the waitress what she recommended for dessert, and she said, "Dad, I got it." The thing was fucking massive, but it was so good. Drizzled in caramel and chocolate. My gut was like, "Stop. Stop, Chief. I've had enough. I surrender." Oh, I don't think you saw this either, Bigfoot. And since you're here, Earl, I'll show you. One of the things that I did is in the lead up to MAGfest was I created my own business cards to reference my it's my non-work business card. It's like my streamer online type business card. So it has my Twitch handle and YouTube, and it has my chief email, and it has some of my skills, and it has skills on the back and a little quote. If you put your mind to it, you can accomplish anything. Dr. Emmett L. Brown. I wonder where that's from. But yes, Star Tropics themed. I designed them, and Staples printed them, and I think they came out awesome. Splunker noob on there. Eat my Splunker, Bigfoot. So, yes. The Chief has his own business card, and the fee was, I felt like, really reasonable. 250 of these for $25. So 10 cents, give or take, a card. Which, to me, is a good deal. You can get it with thicker stock for a bigger price, but it's like, I don't really need that. And then the other thing, Earl, so you know this game, Angry Video Game Nerd was there, as we've been talking about. And so I had him sign this. I also told him about I played these two because of him, because it's been on my wheel and chat has wanted me to play it and all. So I blamed him. And then I said he needs to review this, and I talked about it, and that it was, you know, the term for it in Japan equates to shit game. And of course his eyes got real big and was like, "What?" And I'm like, "Yeah, that's a real thing." And then we talked a little more. It's like, well, it's a good thing that it's on my list. So yeah, AVGN Splunker, Coming soon. Where'd you get the business cards printed at? Staples. I designed them by I had to make the background graphics. You know, they're made basically, they're inspired by Star Tropics. So this is like a sea scene, and this is a night scene with the palm trees at the bottom. They're inspired by Star Tropics. So I made the background images, and that took a little bit of doing because I wanted to get them positioned in such a way. And then I added the text, of course, you know, on the Staples website of the different layers and all that kind of thing. And yeah, Staples printed them. So I thought they did a pretty good job. But yeah, $25 for 250 of them. To me, that's a good deal. Because it has all the colors. You know, there wasn't like a limit on, colors or like anything like that. You know, and you could do one side or both sides for the same price. I almost was kind of like, are you making money on this, Staples? And it was done in under 24 hours. Like, I sent it to them at 8 o'clock the one night. And I picked them up the next day at 4. But they were apparently ready that morning. So I'm like, well, okay, damn. But it also has 3D printing on there and video, audio editing, and oh, I didn't take damage from that somehow. Okay, good. Streamer, of course. You know, the type of things like voiceover, all that kind of stuff. Printing business cards sounds like the easiest thing to print. Yeah, it definitely sounds like it. I think depending on what you want to do with them, like if you wanted to have the engrave and scripted thing, that kind of thing, that would have been you're gonna need a bit better of a type of device. But as long as it's just, you know, a flat print, it seems like that Staples print quality is pretty good. At least my experience with this then. I haven't really used Staples for much other printing services up to this point, though. Wait a minute, did I go through here? I think I've gone through here. Yeah, I messed that up, because this is I was going back, I was making the circle. Okay, let's try this again. That's going back to the beginning. And that's coming to here, that's right. We go this way. Then we come over here, there we go. What did you use to shoot during the arcade video? It was my cell phone, which why it was shitty quality. Like, I could even tell it was shitty quality, but I couldn't, I mean, there was nothing I could do because you don't have Wi-Fi at MAGfest because there's so many people there. They can't offer, a public Wi-Fi. It would get destroyed. It'd just be overloaded. MAGfest gets, 100,000 people that attend it every year during, the course of the event. It is a massive event. So you don't have Wi-Fi. So that's strike one. Number two, the arcade machines and the tournaments and all are done in the basement area. Well, it's, quote, the basement. It's the lowest level. So the reception is the worst there of any part of the hotel. So that's strike two. And then number three, if you do decide to use, you know, cellular, there are a lot of people in a very tight area there. And so I suspect even cellular networks get a little bit clogged during that time, because that event is at the Gaylord National Harbor's biggest event each year. Oh yeah, I saw you playing Mega Man 8. Was I playing Mega Man 8? No, I was playing... Was it 8 or was it 7? It was 7. It was the Guts Man, right? Was it the Guts robot? Not actual Guts Man. Was it the modified Guts Man? Yeah, okay, yeah. That was Mega Man 7. So what that challenge was, you had one health bar. You had one, you know, bar of health like you would get in Mega Man. You had to beat 5 Gutsman-based robots from the Mega Man series. So you had to beat the one in Mega Man 7, the original Mega Man 1 Gutsman. You had to beat the one in Mega Man... 3. That was the Guts Dozer. You had to beat one in Mega Man 6. And then there was one more, which I didn't get to. That one might have been Mega Man 8 if I had got into it. Mega Man 8 has a different one, yeah. Because Mega Man 7's is the Robot Museum, Andrew, yeah. So, but yeah, I was struggling on that one because that fight from Mega Man 7 with the Guts, what you want to call it, that Guts robot. It's not Gutsman, but it's based off Gutsman. It even says it's based off Gutsman in the original game. It's a very hard fight. And he just destroys you. So, I lost most of my health every time I played it trying to face him. And the same thing when I played through Mega Man 7. I would always lose a ton of health to him, and it would always take a lot of tries. And then with the remaining health you have, then you fight Gutsman. And after that, you fight the Guts Dozer. And then after that, you fight the, whatever the next Guts thing was. And then after that, finally, you fought the 5th one. And, of course, you have an entire 1 health meter of health. And there's no way to get it back. So you better be sure you know how to dodge. Did I visit McMurray? Yes, I did, briefly. Nothing there particularly caught my eye this time. They were doing a 3D printing show and tell at a point that I wanted to go to, but there was also another panel at the same time. And so I made a choice and I went to that other panel. Yes, my bad. All good, no worries. And Mega Man and Base also has a museum, so it's confusing. Yeah, you're right. I totally forgot about that one. You're right, though. Maybe that was the 5th one. I don't remember. What was the other panel? It was... What was it? It was yesterday. It was a tournament. It was, It was a Splendor tournament, Bigfoot. That's what it was. It was the Splendor tournament. So I was in 2 tournaments yesterday. One of them was Splendor. The other one was a Texas Hold'em poker tournament. So, Bigfoot, you've played Splendor before. There were 75 people in this tournament. So we played 4-person games of Splendor. 75 people. Yep. You played Texas Hold'em. Oh, yeah, I've played Texas Hold'em since when, you know, the poker, the Hold'em craze got real big. What was that, 2004 era? I was in second place in chips, and then I got a bad beat to the player that was in first place. I had top pair, and then he ended up drawing two pair. So I got knocked out about a little more than halfway through. Now a Splendor Bigfoot. So I know you played Splendor. Your goal is to get to 15 points. Everybody starts this tournament by playing 3 games. And then after the end of those 3 games, they determine who moves on to the next rounds by the number of points you score overall, your number of wins, etc. So, when you play with 4 people, what often happens, you usually have one person, of course, wins, and they're the first to get to 15 points. And you have usually second and third place, at least second place, so, you know, at times second and third place. They end up with like 10 to 15 points, double digits. And then the fourth place is oftentimes like, depending on their skill level, like sometimes 3 points up to like 7 or 8 points. There were people that were in this tournament playing that were like, you know, getting like only like 4 or 5 per match. In a Splendor game, which is that's pretty low. My lowest score in any match I played was 10. Like, my 3 scores were 10, 12, and 12. So no, I did not win a game. But, here's the thing. How to explain this in a way that makes sense. The layouts, the setups, when we distributed the cards for these games was absolutely insane. It was buck wild. We were all, like, the groups that I were playing, if we were all in shock. It was just about how the cards fell at the start. And we were just like, what the hell are these deals? Like, in the first game, for example, it took us 4 total times around before even a blue card, like a blue resource card, was drawn. There were no sapphire cards on the board at all. But every other card required a sapphire. But there was no way we could get sapphires except for the chips. And they were not enough for us to purchase any of them. So we were stuck. That game, like, for all 4 of us, like, all of us were like, it was the longest game of Splendor we had ever played. And the lady that was sitting next to me, she was like, I have never had to think so hard playing a game of Splendor as I had to today. Now, yeah, you were probably because you were players that know the game. But just the deals, the layout of the cards was just insane. We could not get over it. We were the last ones done with our first game because that first game took 45 minutes. You can usually get through a game of Splendor in under 15 minutes. So anyhow. Full gun. Let's not lose it. Let's not use it. Lose it, Chief. Okay. So no, I did not win a game, but again, 10, 12, and 12. Those are usually second place totals. The 10-point game, I got 4th place. And it's not that the players I was playing against were particularly good, but just the cards did not fall the way that were needed for me. What happens if you get one at this point then? So, 10 points. I got 4th place. The final scores for that first game were 10, 12, 13, and 15. Like, we were all just like, oh my god. And then 12 points in the remaining 2 games were both good enough for 3rd place. So we every single game, and we were the only ones because other people were getting through their games, but it felt like every single game that I was at, for some reason, was taking longer, and I wasn't dealing those damn cards. So nobody can blame me. We're gonna leave that there for later. So it was a really good tournament, and people played very well. But sometimes with Splendor, the cards just don't line up, and that's just how it goes. But it was really fun. And then with the poker tournament, yeah, I had a bad beat, but, you know, that's poker. It happens. So you just shake it off and you keep going. But I was in 2nd place in chips for quite a while until that damn, oh my god. Even with the Top Gun, the way the thing sometimes hits you. How much money did you lose? You didn't have to pay to get in. Like, this wasn't World Series of Poker. You didn't have to pay to get in. But when I got knocked out, you started with 3,000 in chips. When I got knocked out, I had over 10,000 in chips. The guy that knocked me out, who was the guy in the lead, was the guy that won the poker tournament on the previous day. He had about 15,000 in chips. Rain Man shit? No, I would not say that. He had just played a lot of poker in his time. I don't think he even got a read on me or anything like that. I think he just, well, you know, I had a bad beat. But I think that he just kind of, you know, was playing the table as I was doing. But he was able to maximize his opportunities a little better than me. Including the one, of course, that he beat me with. I mean, poker is 50% luck. It's just how it is. You know, you can't get away from that no matter what type of poker it is. It's 50% luck. And if the luck isn't most on your side that day, you are not going to win. Rain Magic? No, I wasn't doing that. It's hard to do Rain Man shit when you shuffle the deck each time. Of course. Try not to die because it's my last life. Also have a very powered up gun. I need to get Sophia through this. I lost a lot of money playing games of chance. Well, that's why I don't play the slot machines. It's why I don't play, it's why I don't play roulette. Just because, you know, it's why I play blackjack. It has the best odds. I mean, it's still against you, but you can use the statistics to an actual advantage for strategy. Whereas, like, with slot machines, there's nothing to really do. roulette, you're just choosing a number with no particular, you know, inclination of what might come up. But everybody at the poker table is very nice. It's actually one of the nicest groups I've had at a poker table because everybody's very chill. I've played some poker games where people were not chill, and it's a pain in the ass. I'm just like, oh my god, people. Even ones where it's like low stakes, it's like, come on, people. We are not literally playing for $1 million. Give it a rest. If I was playing for $1 million, I'd get it. But this is not that. So, ease up. Play the slots in the front of the aisleways. That's where the winners are. That's what the rumor is, though I don't think there's any evidence, actually scientific evidence that supports that. But that's what that, what's it called? That saying or that thing goes. They always want to show winners, so if you're in view of everybody, those are the ones. Now, for slot machines that may have higher payouts, because, of course, different slot machines have different payouts, they definitely are going to put ones that have higher percentage payouts, you know, in the most visible spots. You are definitely correct there. Oh, my God. Please don't die, Sophia. Oh, God. Give me a P. That's not a P, that's an H. Thank you. Still alive. Not yet, Bigfoot. Good. Thank God. Alright, we're in much better shape now. Video Blackjack, I haven't played that in a long time since Ocean Downs. And see, I don't actually like playing Video Blackjack just because I don't remember what exactly it is, but there's something in the programming where the odds are not the same in Video Blackjack as they are in an actual, like, real card game of blackjack. I don't remember exactly what it is. But, I mean, I understand because Video Blackjack is quicker. But the odds are more against you playing Video Blackjack versus the real thing. I just don't remember exactly why, what it is that's changed. Luck in the slot machines must run in our blood. I think once a high roller starts coming, that's when it feels like it changes. Remember this section from last time, folks? I think once a high roller starts coming, that's when it feels like it changes. That could be it. You know, it may change depending on, like, the recent card history, which is not how actual luck or statistics work. But yeah, I could believe that, Earl. You're right. Nah, come on. We'll save that if we need it. Getting a lot of P and not a lot of gun. Whales. What is whales, Bigfoot? And yes, I know it's a mammal. For video blackjack, that is. I'm not an Eagles fan. Okay, from what I understand, the Commanders lost, but beyond that, I don't know much. A whale in gaming is a player who spends a large amount of money and time on a game. Oh, okay. Oh. Yeah, I think I have heard of that. Okay, yeah. Whales are a small percentage of players, but they contribute a large portion of the game's revenue. Yeah. Okay, I gotcha. Yeah, I probably have heard that before. I'm pretty sure I have, but I did not remember it that at all. Are you a whale, Bigfoot? Is that where you spend all your street corner money? It's better that way not to know the end result of the game. That's right. It's better that it's better that I don't know the end result of the game, or in general that I'm guessing that, you know, somebody, quote, in general doesn't know the end result of the game. So that bad, huh? No, you're not a whale, Bigfoot? Oh, darn. I'm sorry. I was going to ask you for some money. A semi-permanent loan. I think this is the first time we're going in here with a full gun. And full power. I'm a whale of a man. Alright. Try to avoid getting hit, Chief. It does help having... Of course, here we go. It's like he does. He spawns in the most horrible places and fucks me over. And then shoots things that I actually can't avoid for whatever reason. Oh my god. Is there a way to get a potion or something like that in this game? Because I swear to God, I have full fucking gun, and it's not happening. It just feels like... Feels like it is luck. That there's just some luck-based things going on with this boss. That sounds like a personal problem. If it is, then it's your personal problem. Because you're the one that said that you're a whale of a man. Damn it, slug. Ugh. Get the fuck off me. I can't make this damn jump. You're not having the full gun? Yeah, well. When you want to hero, but you can't. I am having an awful time this run here. Good lord. Leave me alone. Give me a P. P, please. Thank you. More P. See? My gun's filling up again, Bigfoot. It's probably against TOS, but who cares? Eek. Okay, good. Yeah. Yeah. Shit. I just heard that in my earphones. I'm like, after what we were just talking about, that was probably a, without context, sounding very inappropriate. Which, of course, was not intended. Eek. Okay, good. Up here. Well, that didn't work well. Okay, why are you not hitting? Leave me alone, pink things. God damn it. Pink things are one of the worst in the game. So what other fun stuff have people been up to this weekend? Anybody go play in the snow or go anywhere fun besides me? I'm not the only one that should be having fun, you know. Damn, 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 damn. Crazy bee guy fixed my Jeep yesterday. Oh, good. Is it drivable again, Bigfoot? I shoveled snow. Oh, Andrew. I was there 3 weeks ago. And my knee is still not fully recovered from when I dislocated it. So it was kind of a tenuous process. Hopefully you didn't have to deal with that. But yeah, shoveling snow is not much fun. Even when you're used to it, like you probably are at this point. At least more again than I am. Andrew lives up north. Steph played with electricity. Ooh. What did she play with? Did she create fire? Did she make sparks? And I have heat again. Nice, Bigfoot. And it is drivable again. Yeah. Wonderful. Hopefully nothing else is needed on it for a while, just because you put a lot of money into it, and, you know, you reach that point where it's like diminishing return. Where it's like, it would end up having been just as cheap to bought a used vehicle, but I know you know that. It's going in the shop tomorrow? For what? She installed a new wall. She installed 4 new wall outlets. Nice. And a dome light. Okay. Also, the expanded guest room is not finished. Hey! There's one nightmare out of the way, right, Earl? She was busy. Yeah, she was. Pinion seals. Gotcha. Well, they've been working on that guest room for a while in various stages of craziness. That's all I really need to say about that. Well, yeah, it's finally done, though. You can put that behind you. That can apply to both Bigfoot and to Earl. And Steph. Yeah, half a year. Yeah, it seems about right. Longer than it needed to be, and that officially closes the door on a bunch of problems. You got it. So party at Earl's house! Bigfoot's bringing the hookers and blow. I'll bring snacks. Since Space Beagle was asking for it earlier, she can bring the alcohol. Now we have to move stuff back upstairs and we'll be officially finished. Right. Top shelf. Only the finest from Space Beagle. So were you, actually, Earl, since you asked about that video earlier, were you watching when I recorded that? Because I was on my cell phone and using the Twitch mobile app to record, which you can do, I couldn't see the chat. Like, I could not see who was talking, if there was anything going on in chat. I couldn't see, really, much of anything going on. All I could see was the video of me. Which, again, I place on just the cell connection, the mobile connection there. For some reason, Bigfoot, I thought you wrote hookah and blow. Well, why do I always get stuck bringing the hookers and blow? Because they work in the same place as you. So it's most convenient for you. And it shouldn't have to cost you anything, right? We all gotta pay for the stuff we bring. I mean, Space Beagle's bringing frickin' top shelf liquor. She's gotta pay for that shit. God damn it. Linda will send her regards. I wasn't watching, but I hear you mention you were recording. I only saw your recording went live when I checked my email. Oh, okay. I do not work at your house. I know. That's why you're bringing hookers and blow, because hookers and blow do not reside at my house. They go to classier joints than my house. There we go. We know you keep them in your crawl space. Nope. I'm sorry. I do not. There's too much damn HVAC unit in there for me to store much else in there at this point. I had to call my HVAC company to come out again this week. Thankfully, what ended up happening, I wasn't charged for because I shouldn't have been charged. But I've called my... That's twice in 2 weeks. One of them was for my tenant. But apparently... the HVAC unit, the breaker that I was hooked up to was not powerful enough. It was actually underpowered. So he was saying that it was surprising. Hadn't had an issue before now, but a line, blew and the circuit blew and she didn't have heat at all. Her thermostat wasn't turning on, all the stuff. So they said it needed to be hooked up to a 60 and it was a 40. So it was underpowered. This is not good. So, yeah, had to get that fixed. And then my HVAC started having problems. And the reason mine started having problems is because when it was installed, the line that basically runs the emergency heat never actually was fully installed. It was slightly sticking out. So when it was really cold last week and my emergency heat should have been, popping on, it wasn't. Because it was not hooked up. So I'm kind of like, God help me if I have to do anything else with these HVACs this year. Now, don't get me wrong. That one was their error when they installed the thing, so I had no charge for that. And getting my tenants thing fixed was only $57 just for the parts. But yeah, now they're both fixed and it's all working again. But Space Beagle, I didn't mention that to you. You were anticipating coming because they came on Thursday. And so my hope is that, okay, this shit better be working before Space Beagle comes by. Because otherwise, we'll be walking in and be like, Chief, why is your house cold? Yeah. Like, at a point, the temperature in my house got down to 55. Not good. Linda would have been pissed. Yeah, well, I bet. I bet. Linda would have let me know. Human, get your damn heat straight. Conditions are not tolerable enough for Queen Linda. How is Miss Linda doing? How is Miss Linda, Queen Linda doing, Space Beagle? Fucker. She and I are about to go to war. Uh-oh, why? If you see a mushroom cloud appear over Space Beagle's house, now you'll know why. Who knew the day of reckoning would be Linda's doing, right? We used to never turn the heat on when we were living in the apartment in Delaware. If no kids or no old man, we just bundle up in blankets and go El Cheapo on the electric bill in winter. She keeps wanting to go out ostensibly to potty. Then she gets out there and just barks her head off. That sounds like Linda. Linda versus Space Beagle. Round 1. Fight! Linda versus Jake Paul. The match of the century. That should be streamed, Space Beagle. My money's on Linda. Oh yeah, Jake Paul, not Jake Pale. Jake Pale is the kids' version. Linda Punch-Out. Oh, dear. Can you imagine Linda having a sprite in NES Punch-Out where she's on her back legs with her 2 front legs up and she's just facing forward with, you know, her just like... Bigfoot, you should come by one of my streams. Yes, you should, Bigfoot. It's like 10% Linda squeaking toys at me, trying to eat the toys, Bigfoot, to try and get me to stop streaming. CC can attest to that. Yes, I attest to all of that. Linda tries to hog all the attention for herself. It is both rather concerning and rather amusing at the same time, though. I want to see that now. Oh, the sprite of, Linda. Who's good at graphic design? Who can make that happen? Not me. I can do AV editing, but nope. You have to try to design graphics or draw pictures. Nope. All of my physics students from the past can tell you, yep, all he ever drew was stick figures, and they weren't even that good. Man has no drawing talent to save his life. Couldn't draw out of a damn paper bag. He knows physics, at least, though, so he's got something going. Or at least that stuff that he taught, that part of physics. CC has on his business card. What do I have on my business card? Canva to the rescue, yeah. Or AI to the rescue. Yeah, you have a point there, Earl. That's what most people would do in this day and age. They would just AI, draw me, la 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 la. CC, did you have the teacher in middle school who draw a perfect freehand stroke? Yes, ma'am, I did. Geography. That was one of the classes in middle school I did the best in. Like, I don't know if it was the way he taught it or just because geography tends to come pretty well to me. But damn, I did well in that class. But that's like the only social studies class I really ever truly did well in. Like, the histories were just... Well, world history I did well in. But, like, American history... I mean, I got an A in the class. But I'm talking about, like, in terms of, like, retaining the information and actually, like, you know, compared to, like, you know, I guess, like, what was the content in the class versus, like, how much I remember, you know, and just, like, compared to, like, how others did, I guess. Like, geography, I did very, very well. When you got into the histories, When you got into civics, God, it was like pulling teeth for me. It was absolutely awful for me. I still did well in the class, but it was unmitigated torture for me. American history, we did a lot of worksheets. That's right. Part of the reason why I personally feel like I don't recall most of it. My gun's gotten zappy-zapped a lot because I can't get this thing to cooperate. Dittos? Yeah. Even though we went to different schools, Earl, I feel like that we shared a lot of similar experiences. Not just you and I, has to include Space Beagle then too. But we're also of a similar age bracket too, which I think is part of that. And we have similar, what I would call, I don't know if I want to call them intellectual pursuits, but we have similar sort of desires to learn and do well. Man, I remember when they used to have a ditto machine in North Salisbury. Yes, they did. They did. Ah, no, 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 no. Okay. Those and the old school projectors. Yep. Do you know that some of the offices at the place that I work still use projectors like that? And still have transparency sheets like that for stuff they use? Stuff they do. I'm not kidding. Which is why Chief sometimes does the not like this look. Alright. Let's see. It seems like taking slow is not working. Taking it fast doesn't seem like it works well either. So let's try to do something in the middle. Oh, you fucker. Helps if I can actually see the shit I'm firing, folks. Like, I can't even see, like, half the time when I'm firing. The sprite's not appearing on my screen. I think there's too many sprites on the screen at once. Ugh, couldn't do anything about that. We need to try to keep this gun go because it's full range. so powerful enough. Not the most powerful, but powerful enough where it's definitely efficient. Can you get to places where I can actually fire at you effectively? I'm lucky I didn't get hit there. There, too. There, 3. There, 4. Oh, my God. How am I dodging right now? There we go. Up. I am having major problems right now. Okay, here we go. Well, it's about fucking time. Yes, indeed. That's not the victory sound, Bigfoot. We got hover. Ugh. That is a hard fight. I'm sorry. It's an annoying fight, too, if you ask me. Because your sprites for your shots will also just disappear. Doo-doo. All right. Time to see, well, not new. We saw it last time, but something we've only seen once before, so new-ish. Ah, shit. Well, that was not worth it. Good night, Bigfoot. Feel better. Will I have enough hover to get up to this section? As of right now, yes. Barely. All right, so we have this section up here, but it doesn't seem like we can get through over here because we can't we can't get through the spikes. That's narrow right there. What probably happens is somehow we come that through from the other way. All right, going back to the previous area. This is how we get to the next chapter. So it's just a matter of where. Nope. Alright, let's see. Alright, what's this way? Alright. Is this the way I should be going? Ah. I actually don't think so, but I'm gonna go this way anyway, just because I need to... It's my process of elimination thought process. I'm gonna head to bed too. Good night, all. Good night, Space Beagle. Feel better as well. Yeah, it seems like a lot of people are sick right now. Something must be going around. Have I been here? Yeah, I have been here. So how's work been, Earl? Anything new, different, or exciting? And what do we got on the game list for this week, Andrew? Well, I know I've been there. Mario Galaxy 2, nice. You just started that, I think. And Donkey Kong Country Returns, yep. Great game as well. February, we'll get back into NES again. Nice! It's been good. I've been working on this project to help bring a black film series on campus. Oh! Interesting. Yeah, I wasn't at this one before. This might be good for us to go through this one. Of course, and there goes one of my guns. Yes, give me the H. So what's next on the NES list anyway, Andrew? Are you still in the S's or have you made it to the T's? I forget. I have like 10 S games left. And there are some doozies there. Street Fighter 2010, yep. Super Pitfall. I haven't played Super Pitfall while I played an emulated version of it. And yeah, it really is as bad as people say. Street Fighter 2010, I actually like. It's a hard game, but I like it. And I've beaten it. It also has some really awesome music. I kind of almost wish, you know, I don't think that it was wise for them to use the Street Fighter name for it. It's not connected to the Street Fighter fighting games pretty much at all. But I feel like they were on to something. Because they called it Street Fighter, they did it a disservice. People were expecting one thing and it was in something entirely different. And this is even before Street Fighter 2. But actually, I really like Street Fighter 2010 quite a bit. It's hard, but I actually don't think it's as hard as people give it shit for. It's like a lot of games. You got to play for it. You got to play it a bit. You got to get the vibe for it. Got to do some practice. Got to memorize a couple things. But it's doable. I'd say it's on the same level as like a Silver Surfer. It's definitely no fucking Ghosts and Goblins type jank. At least Capcom gives infinite continues, correct. And that makes a big deal. If it was limited continues, my thought process might be a little bit different about it. But you're absolutely right. This is going into the... Yeah, this is not where we want to be. Have you played Street Fighter 2010 before, Andrew? This is taking us back to 1. No, it's not. Is this where we're supposed to be? Oh, come on. There we go. Okay, this is not obviously where I was supposed to be going. I have not. Okay. The first thing I'd recommend I tell you, just not trying to spoil anything. Definitely use level 1 to experiment with the controls. To figure out what kind of just... you know, you want to be able to do with them. Play around with the controls a bit and get used to Ken/Kevin Stryker, that first level. That's really what level 1 is supposed to be. So, take your time and play around with that and get comfortable. You'll be happy you did later. You press down to shoot diagonally up. As a famous video game reviewer online said as well. But it's something that you can get used to. Nothing will ever be worse than oh god, yes, Conan. Did you beat... You must have beat Conan. But good god, I didn't see that. God. Conan is... You know what's bad about it? It's based off the PC game. And I think the PC game, despite having to use a keyboard, is better than the fucking NES game with a controller. What was the name of that PC game it's based off of? Where can I get some H's here? Myth, that's it. Myth history in the making. With some kick-ass music for the time. Mostly the title screen, but For the time, the game looked good and sounded good. I did. It's a rough one, but doable. Thankfully, it's short. Yeah, doesn't it have only like 5 stages, Conan? Yeah, I'll let you just drop off the edge there. There you go. Fall to your death, little buddy. Much appreciated. And you respawn, you son of a bitch. Leaving. It's a good thing that it seems like getting hit in the overworld does not take away your gun power. But we ended the last game... Well, we had some gun power, not much, at the end of the boss fight. I'm just looking around trying to find hover so that I can fly up to the next area. Like, I'm not finding any H's anywhere so far. Nine stages? Okay. But, like, some can be in, like, 30 seconds. Oh, okay. I have not seen a full playthrough of that game. I've seen, like, the first, like, 4 or 5 levels then. I know about the infamous second level where you have to, like, destroy the statue in order to get the required shield. But there's no indication that you need to do that. It's because so the statue looks like any other statue in the background. Good game design there. Battle of Olympus at least made it obvious, like, there's something probably different about this thing right here. Or it gave you a hint from one of the townspeople. Count this many pillars in and then strike with your sword. Okay, I can figure that out. You're just like, none of you give hover. I actually never found the shield and just forced my 3. Oh my god. So it's actually not required. It's just a real big quality of life thing. So you brute forced it. Oh god. So you had it hella harder than most. Oh god, I'm sorry. I mean, for God's sakes, it's not your fault though, because that shield, like, finding that thing is not obvious. There's nothing even there that would even make it an astute, like, trained, like, experienced gamer kind of pause and be like, there's something going on here. There's nothing. Are there any H's in here? Great job. Great job, eyeballs. I hate these green suckers the worst. The green suckers, I don't know what they're exactly called, but these green things. Hey, look, an H! And then the pink little machine things are the worst enemies in the game for me. It's probably supposed to be, but the game is jank. Yes, very much. I think it's just used once in the next level, But I skipped the puzzle, I guess. Well, I mean, that was one of the things I was wondering, is that if you skip the thing, like, if it's needed, what do you do? So maybe, you know, maybe the game actually has some kind of interesting programming where if you don't pick up the shield, you can skip the puzzle or something. I don't know. I don't know. As in, that's one I have not played. Will you die, please? Wow. I had full health, and he just went blah, 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 blah around me and killed me. Yeah, well, how is that difficult? Okay. Of course, you're back. Go to hell. Do you just not die from, it just disappears. Just disappear. You just don't die from the side? What the fuck? It just disappeared. The reason why I was saving picking it up is I didn't want to lose it if I got hit. Yeah, it's just gone. From what I remember, it's used to kill Medusa. I think after you kill her, some platforms appear, but I just made a leap of faith and landed later in the level anyway. Oh. Hey, if you can't do it one way, do it another. I'm moving on. All this for a P. Slow down. Let's see if they respawn if I come back here. Nope. Speaking of some jank. Well, I think I picked up a couple H's, so at least hopefully I have some. Maybe enough to continue. We'll find out. Or maybe I'll pick up more along the way. Who knows? So, on the scale we usually use, the A to F scale, Andrew, what would you call, what grade would you give Conan? As if I probably need to ask, but I don't want to assume. F. That's what I thought. Any games that you've played so far that you can say without question are worse than Conan? There's one in my mind that comes to my mind that is a candidate. I might be being a little bit harsh on it, but... And no, I wasn't thinking of Splunker. I would probably have to say it honestly that Splunker is probably better than Conan. I know where I'm supposed to go. Shit, I've been doing this wrong the whole time. Those are power-ups. That's not progress. Power-up is back in the first section. Or progress, I should say, is back in the first section. Peter Pan is pretty bad. The Peter Pan and the Pirates one that wasn't released, or was there was an unofficial Peter Pan too, wasn't there? Or am I confusing something? I've played a little bit of Last Action Hero, and that is pretty bad too. And the sad part about it is that's a late NES era game. You would have thought they would have gotten their shit together by then. I was actually thinking, well, hold on here a second. Let's get out of here first. Excuse me. I literally went right through that P and you didn't give it to me. It's so bad you thought it was unfinished. Peter Pan and the Pirates. Okay, it's that one. Okay. Yeah, based off the cartoon. Yeah. Unless I have the prototype. Hey, I don't know. These days, you never know. A lot of NES games are clearly just cash grabs. Yes, Cliffhanger. Yeah, Cliffhanger is a good example. Not a great game either. Not the worst out there, but not great. Can someone drop some H's for me? Be a good Vanna White wannabe and drop me an H. Thank you. One of the games that I was thinking of that might have been on the level of Conan, maybe potentially worse, depending on just what kind of shit you're sensitive to, was Funhouse, based off the game show, aka the slipperiest fucking video game ever made. I'm gonna need more H's, gang, if you expect me to fly up there. Give me an H. Indy 3 Ubisoft version. Yes, yes. That one's bad. It's slow. Bosses that literally take like... Ooh. Bosses that literally take like 100 hits to kill. Jump! Like, I was smashing the A button and nothing was happening. Okay, well, there's an H, but I need some P's now. Alright, we're at least safe enough for now. Ice House, right? Yep, might as well have been. And the thing about it, Andrew, you know, from an impression I've gotten, you've watched, you know, a number of game shows. I don't know if you've ever seen Funhouse. They don't use roller skates in... They don't use roller skates in the game show, at least that I've ever seen. There's an obstacle course at the end. There's a whole question and answer thing that's not in the video game at all. Yes, it is hosted by J.D. Roth, but there's no Q&A section in the game. And they instead have, whatchamacallit? Ice skates or rollerblades that are nowhere to be found on the actual game show. It felt like playing the mountain obstacle of Double Dare in perpetuity, yeah. The Double Dare NES game, I think, is actually, for the most part, good. But yeah, that obstacle course is... You have to play that thing just about perfectly. I literally don't think you can win that obstacle course in less than, like, 56, 57 seconds. Like, you have got to smash those things with such perfect rhythm to get each of the obstacles most ideally, you know, passed as possible in order to just have a chance. And God forbid, you know, oh, yes, the button combinations change depending on what part of the obstacle course you're on. So half the time, you also have to sit there and be like, what button do I push for this one? Somebody did not... The people at Game Tech did not play test that one. Can I not... Oh my god. Basically, it's like Finders Keepers. Yes, it is. Very much so. Defenders of Dynatron City. It's crazy Howard Phillips left Nintendo to make that. Really? I've never played it. It's really that bad. Yeah, in front of this, run through the find prizes. Right. Mm-hmm. My sister used to do a metal spoon. Yeah, you put the metal spoon down and you... To do the mountain obstacle. Just rotate the curved end of the spoon on the D-pad to get the climbing. Yes. I've heard people doing that. Yes. Which is a good strat. I was in my 20s, I think, when because I had Double Dare as a teen. Not as a kid. The show was off the air by the time I found Double Dare. I knew it existed, but I'd never had it. No, I didn't actually know that it existed until much later. Not much later. I was probably in my late single digits when I was like, there's a Double Dare NES game? But yeah, so I got it in my late pre-teens, early teens. And it was probably my 20s. It had to be. Yes, I was in my 20s when I finally beat that fucking obstacle course. Would somebody be so kind as to drop a... Thank you. Alright, I need like 3 or 4 more of those. Why did I do that? My reactions were not appropriate. Thank you. Yeah, I'm trying to think of any other particularly bad games. Raid 2020 must be up there. Did you play Raid 2020, Andrew? Of course. Oh, wow, if we're going into unlicensed territory, that's another story. Yeah, I didn't think you were playing unlicensed games, but yeah. But the funny thing about it is that, you know, when thinking about that, like, there are some unlicensed games that I would say are objectively better than, like, Super Pitfall, Conan, Funhouse. Oh, you haven't played X-Men, I guess. Or you might have before now. Spiritual Warfare, yeah. Spiritual Warfare was not bad. I am being the unlicensed ones, too. In terms of unlicensed ones, like, Bible Adventures, while jank is at least playable, some of the Color Dreams ones are not really playable. But Bible Adventures, while strange as all hell, is at least playable. Yeah, Spiritual Warfare was alright. American Video Entertainment made a couple of good ones. Even though it's simple, the game by American Video Entertainment, just called Puzzle. That's all it's called, just Puzzle, was a game that I had as a kid. It was the first unlicensed game of any type I ever had, though, of course, when I was a kid at that age, I didn't know it was unlicensed. I was like, oh, why is this thing in a black cartridge? Oh, that's cool. This must be some kind of special game. That was Puzzle, which was a sliding tile type puzzle game. Uh-oh. I was going to say, if I'm soft locked, I'm going to be pissed. I grew up with Tengen Tetris. Ah! Yeah, there's a good example. I had Nintendo Tetris as one of my original games growing up. You know, if they had made the Nintendo Tetris actually, like, 2-player compatible, oh my god. Like, it sold well, don't get me wrong. You know, Nintendo Tetris sold insanely well. But if they made that sucker 2-player, oh my god. That might have become a top 10. Oh, is the original Tetris top 10? It would have sold more. How about that? It would have sold, I think, a lot more. It actually made... They may not have had a reason to release a Tetris 2. How about that? Oh, Tengen Pac-Man. Oh, yeah, big difference. How different... Am I remembering this correctly, Andrew? Tengen Pac-Man versus the official licensed Pac-Man. That's where I can fall in the water. Shit, I need to be more careful. Wasn't one of them, the entire maze was on the screen at any one time while the other one, the screen scrolled? Or is that only for the NES Ms. Pac-Man? But anyway, my point about Tetris still stands. If Nintendo had made Tetris 2-player from the onset, that thing would have sold even more, and it already sold like gangbusters. Speaking of Howard Phillips, of course, because he was involved in all that mess. That really was a great video that Norm did. Gaming historian about Tetris. Like, that is my favorite video by far that he did. Because I knew parts of the story, but I didn't know all of it. And that filled in, like, all the gaps. It's weird because NES Tetris has a partly finished multiplayer. Yes, it does. Which, why did they stop? Were they trying to meet some random deadline? And we're like, no, we must release by this time regardless. Which makes no damn sense to me, but... Bye, gun. Oh my god. Please stop. There we go. I think that's gonna hurt me. Yes. Doing pretty horrible right now. All Pac-Mans are pretty much the same. It's Tengen Ms. Pac-Man versus Namco Ms. Pac-Man that are completely different. Ah, so that's the one where one is... the screen scrolls and the other one does it, I think. Is that... am I remembering that correctly? Or is it something else that's different between the two? See, if I had the fully charged up gun to begin with coming in here, that might be one thing. But I didn't. And so... yeah, it was like, if you don't, then it's pretty much a guarantee. You're going to get hit. You're going to eventually lose all your gun points. Oh my god. Okay, you all need to die. You all take way too many gun hits, by the way, too. Alright, there's still one more alive. Here you go. Alright, we're in better shape now. Tengen version has the bigger maps and a lot of other modes that can mix up the game. Oh, it has other modes? Like, what do they do? You can turn on holding a button to go faster. Oh, have glitchy maps, several neat things. Interesting. So I'm guessing that's the one you prefer then, am I right? Again, major Fester's Quest vibes, especially since I was playing it in through yesterday on the arcade machine there. That Play Choice 10 at MAGfest had an interesting selection of games. A selection of games I had never seen on a Play Choice 10 before. It had, it didn't have your standard ones like Mario 1 or Tetris or, Donkey Kong, etc. It had, let me try to remember here. It had Ninja Gaiden, Fester's Quest, Bubble Bobble. I don't think it had any Mario games on it at all. Was it using the NES card adapter? I couldn't tell, but it's very possible. Andrew, can I ask you a question about this game? Without telling me how. In my current status, in the current situation I am in right now, is there some way that, some capability I have to get that thing, to get that F there, in my current situation? I don't think there is. But I could be missing something. Don't believe so. Okay. I didn't think so. But I wanted to check because if there was, that means that I was going to sit there and kind of experiment. My assumption is that there is some upgrade, some power-up, some something that you get later that will enable you to do that. Even though so far when we beat bosses, it's only the car that gets upgraded. Didn't want to use hover there, game. But thanks anyway. I think I'm going the right way. I don't totally remember at this point. This area is very maze-like, just like the rest of the game. Alright. I'm lucky that didn't hit me. Alright. So there's two paths. I don't remember which one is the quote correct one. Obviously not this one. Again, Fester's Quest sounds. If someone was playing these sounds, I'd be like, yeah, that's Fester's Quest. I'd be like, no, it's Blaster Master Chief. No, it's Fester's Quest 2. Some of us didn't grow up with Blaster Master. We grew up with Fester's Quest, damn it. And we liked it. Ooh, I just barely dodged that. You fucker. I still got that, thankfully, but a little bit harder now. Doesn't kill in one hit anymore. There we go. Save the P in case I need it for later. Alright. Good stuff. Alright. Save that for later in case we need it. Assuming it's still there when I get back because I just, as I found, will randomly disappear. Hold on here. I thought this was actually the boss area. Is this actually it? That might be it. Okie doke. It's still worth it. We got full gun, which is important. Without enemies, I'm like, alright, how can I entertain myself going back here? Shooting with the music. Alright, enough of that. If it's not there, though, where am I going? No place for me to go down, right? Okay. We did get to the boss last time, but we did not beat him, obviously. Which, it was our... From what we could tell, it was the pet frog that we lost, causing this whole crazy adventure to begin in the first place. Actually, wait a minute here. Shit. Is this the back to the entrance? I think this is back to the entrance. Maybe not. I swear, as a kid, I was good at mazes. In adulthood, I have several questions. Alright, here we go. This song is also such a stark contrast in terms of tone compared to the songs of the rest of the game. It's very suspenseful. It's a good song. I like the music, but it's just very different from the music we've heard up to this point. Here we go. All right, come get me. Up here. Up here. There we go. Alright, not bad. Oh, I will take that, though. So one of these is a dead end, and I was like, last time I got it right the first time, he was like, oh, I just got this hover power. I bet you they want me to use it here. Yep. And they're going to want me to use it there, too. Oh, God. Yeah. Alright. Big old tall ladder. Nice dodging. Thank you. That part's not too bad. I remember this being crazy, but I also have the full gun, so I'm going to try to be extremely careful here. Extremely deliberate, perhaps slightly obsessive. To try to ensure I keep as much of the gun as possible for this upcoming frog fight. Because I feel like I'm going to need every little bit of help I can get. And I apologize for the repetitious firing. It's my insurance policy. It's my protection. Oh, good lord, that was close. Don't need those two yet. What's going on down here? More P. Lots of P. They knew you were going to need it. Fucker. Going back. Actually, no, wait a minute. Wait a minute. What we do, we proceed forward until we get hit twice. Then we go back because there's two of them back there, at least in theory. Okay. So that way we're only going back once, not twice. Okay. Okay. Alright, that's to the boss, I think. Or it's very close. That's the way to play this game. You have to grind more than Dragon Warrior, and that's saying something. The fact that only the fully powered up weapon is any good is ridiculous. Yeah. I cannot disagree with you. I think I said it last stream, but it definitely feels like, because there are, you know, obviously they are actually two very different games, but there are a number of similarities between this game and Fester's Quest. Being built off the same engine and all. But, there are definitely mechanics that I think that, instead of here, would have worked better in Fester's Quest. And then there is mechanics in Fester's Quest that I think would have worked better here instead. So it's weird. All right. I'm guessing enemies somewhere. Boss? Boss! Frog time! Try to keep the gun. Goal number 1. Try to keep gun. Okay, good. Yeah. That's right. Oi! I don't remember him shooting fire before, but I'll believe it. Ugh. Ah, fuck. All right. Oh, I eat. Good Lord. Oh, for God's sakes. Here we go. We're going to biff it again. Oh God, I was lucky that did not hit me. The bombs acted like they weren't hitting him. Can the bombs hit him? They acted like they weren't doing anything to him. Oh, great. Maybe they weren't getting in his mouth? When his mouth is open? Yeah, they acted like they weren't hitting him. I mean, I believe you. But it didn't seem like that was doing anything. That's why I wasn't using them. Maybe the hitbox is particular. More particular than I thought. Nah. Alright. Alright. Here we go. Here we go. The thing that's gonna suck though is just that I don't have my gun leveled up, so that's all the damage I was causing him. I'm gonna have to do again. Why are those bombs not damaging it? Okay. Both are still here. Good. Alright, that's what we have, I guess, right? Unless we back all the way up, but we're going to be talking about a lot of time with all the enemies back. Okay. Alright. Let me think about this strat here. It's like, I have a strat that I'm going to try to do. We'll see if it works or not, though. Thankfully, this range is entire screen, so hopefully he'll cooperate. Nope. Wow. That didn't even just... Oh, I'm lucky that didn't hit. Get towards the top of the screen, you dumb frog. That was good. Of course. Why did I open my mouth? Let me try these bombs here. There we go. I just have to be right on top of him. Okay. All right. Well, that's what we'll do then. Yeah, see, because that doesn't do it. That doesn't do it either. That doesn't do it. That doesn't do it. That doesn't do it. Oh, Jesus. I'm lucky that did not count as a hit. Oh, that time it hit. Alright, it's just really fucking precise with the bombs. Okay, noted. And I can't even see my shots now, so that's always good. There we go, now I can see them again. I don't think you can hurt him when he uses the tongue. No, it doesn't seem like it because the tongue blocks the shot. Oops. Here we go again. Oh, Lord. I'm doing great this time, aren't I? Good thing they do have a lot of P's, just because, good Lord, I'm not doing well on this time here. Alright. Nah. I guess it would make sense after defeating the frog, we get something I'm guessing akin to a jumping power, right? Jetpack jumpers on your tail, right? They do have a similar type of look to them, don't they? And it feels like they take as many hits. They're also in a maze area too, aren't they? Star Tropics and Blaster Master in the same universe? Oh my god. It's the Illuminati. Dr. J was behind it all along. Dr. J invented Sophia! Watch it! The room is like 7-1. Yes, very much. Where you face the silver jetpack jumpers. Yes, exactly. Oh, there really weren't any frogs in Star Tropics, were there? No. There were Infester's Quest, though, but very, different types of frogs. Alright, Chief. This is a do better than last time situation. Ooh, I'm lucky that didn't count as a hit. Ah, shit. He got stuck and I couldn't get over in time. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Knew it was gonna happen eventually. Oh. That just went right through him. So far, I have not found a truly what I would call distinct pattern for him yet. Except that he seems to fire the fire, like the single fireball, more commonly when I'm not right in line with him. Yeah. Which would make sense because he's obviously not going to hit me with his tongue or with the other fire if I'm that far over. But besides that, I have not found a distinct pattern yet at this point. Oh, great. And that he seems to jump a max of 4 times. And I cannot seem to... Well, I did hit him with the bombs once from the side. But the placement has to be very accurate. Yeah, I didn't get it all there. You might be here a little while, folks. Yeah, doesn't seem to be hitting him. Turn to the left, please. Yep. I had a bad... I was like, yep, I'm in a bad spot here. Alright. Nope. I'm just not feeling good most of the time with where I'm positioning myself to be able to get a hit on him. It just feels like it's not like... Things are just not lining up correctly for me to feel confident in what I'm doing. Oh, well that hit him. All right, so you can hit him potentially from the side with the bombs. It's just, oh god, it's just particularly difficult to get the precision. You should always be strafing to the side. Yes. Which was generally, yes, what exactly I was trying to do. I don't know if it looked like that, but that was exactly what I was trying to do. With a little bit of up and down, too. Just if I felt like the frog was going to jump in a place that I wouldn't have been able to get away from left or right. I did it again. I went back to this same place. All right. Let's get our gun back up so we can try that all again. The bomb hitbox just seems to be bizarre to me. Is it just me? Leave me alone. Leave me alone. The one thing I do like is that when you kill an enemy, in theory it appears, as long as you remain in that section, that enemy is gone. It will reappear if you leave and come back in a second, but for the most part, you kill an enemy once and it's done. And it's a sunsoft weapon. Of course, this is very true. This is very true. I cannot disagree with you on that logic, good sir. As I think Journey to Silius was the closest they got to having a weapon system that was truly, like, very good. Even it wasn't perfect, but I think it might have been their best attempt. Or their best work with that. And part of it was that they kept it simple. And I think that's part of the key. Wow, okay. Whoopsie. The other piece of good news is, I'm just looking at the time, is that I'm working from home tomorrow. So I don't have to go in the office and deal with that mess, which is going to be a good thing. Right, okay. Here it is. The only reason why I'm even doing this to begin with is I want to have the full gun again. If I have the full gun, I think I have a legit good shot at the dragon. The frog. Dragon, frog, same difference, you know? Not all that much different, right? Oh, come on, please. Thank you. We get all of them in this section? Nope, not apparently. Fucker. So, yep, grinding away here. What's new in everybody's life, then? Since we got time here we're gonna have to kill. What's new? What's fun? What's different? What good shit is happening? Tell me some good shit. Any good shit is good. Unless it violates terms of service, in which case, no, don't share. Anybody have any birthdays or holiday things or such that have happened recently? Oh, yeah, I forgot about that cache right there. Can I get there from up here? No, I can't get that from over here, can I? Yeah, I have to go around for that. Blah. Yeah, there we go. There we go. This guy's body count is this is really starting to add up. Good God. And it begins. Losing all the ground. What? That didn't hit him? Good God. None of that's hitting him either. Oh my God. And this is how it goes terribly wrong. Lost all my gun progress up to that point. And the bombs definitely are more powerful than your lower level shots, but boy, trying to get them to hit a thing, I feel like it's trying to hit a golf ball into a hole on the other side of the damn fairway. Like trying to make a hole in one with a frickin' putter. Or how about this? A hole in one with a chipper. A chip, like a... Oh, it'd be like, you know, a 3-wood. Not a 3-wood. A 3 club, basically. It's like, yeah, that's awfully precise. Alright. Here we go. Back up. And we'll just go straight to the boss room. There are some health, gun power-ups in there, and hopefully it will be enough. I do feel like I have a pattern that I can replicate in there. It's just about getting everything to line up and getting more of the shots to connect. Haha. He saw the gun pointed up and noped out of there. Wait a minute. Yeah, here we go. Okay. Come on up this way. Favorite Sunsoft game, Andrew? Mine would have to be by default Fester's Quest. But number 2, I think it's going to have to be Journey to Silius. I'm sure a lot of people probably have Batman high up there. Oh, come on. Get the thing. There we go. Fucker. Probably Journey as well. Batman 2. Alright, game. Work with me here. Work with me, game. Thank you, curvy shots. That was some luck, too. As that was, too. There we go. That's more like it. Good. Can't forget Atlantis no Nazo. Which one's that one? Unreleased. Japanese only. Known as something else here. Silly Famicom exclusive game that was almost localized as Super Pitfall 2. Interesting. What's the story behind that? Because Super Pitfall was not Sunsoft. There's gotta be some crazy hijinks going on with that one. Oh, you fuck. Guy goes to lost city of Atlantis, has risen up from the water to search for his master. Okay. That makes sense. Now, what they were so obviously there was a discussion about bringing it to North America. So why didn't it? Why were they going to try to keep it to Super Pitfall? Why were they going to try and change it to Super Pitfall 2? And in terms of rights, like again, Sunsoft didn't publish that. So were they actively pursuing like the Super Pitfall license, or were they contacted to publish the Super Pitfall 2, or... I didn't think that the original Super Pitfall and NES sold particularly well enough, though Pitfall was still relevant in the 80s, as it was in the 90s, don't get me wrong. I actually really did like the Pitfall, the Mine Adventure SNES game. I thought that they did a lot with that game that to really, you know, drive it home that they couldn't do in the previous games. So if you never played Pitfall, the Mine Adventure on Genesis or Super Nintendo, damn good game. Hard as hell, long, but a good game. The NES version would have been published by Activision. There is a prototype. Oh, so Sunsoft made the Japanese game, but Activision would have published the translation and the changed version of it to make it Super Football 2 in North America. Got it. All right. My confusion is a little bit rectified. All right. Bomb the shit out of this frog. And shoot as well. And of course, don't get hit either. And of course, it just seems like I get hit immediately. Without... Without fail. If Lance, is that his name, Lance? If Lance could move a little bit faster, it would make such a big deal. Oh, I'm lucky that didn't hit. He seems to be going in the pattern. Maybe he was before and I just didn't see it. He does seem to be going in the pattern you mentioned, Andrew, where he's cycles through his 3 attacks. I feel like that he wasn't going in a distinct pattern before, but it definitely seems like he is now. His jumps, his number of jumps does seem random. Between like 3, 4, and 5, but the actual attacks he's doing are seemingly in the exact same pattern. And for some reason, I'm just always just like a little bit off there. All right, so it's gonna be tongue, right? Oh, you can hit him when his tongue's out. Okay. All right, time for fire. And I was too high that time. Now it's time for the other fire. And I was too low. Nope. Nope. Fire. Yep, he's going in that pattern. Gonna take our time with this. I prefer shooting him from the side than shooting him straight on. I just feel like I have better luck doing it that way. Okay, good. We might be here all night at this rate, but guess what? Eventually, at some point, he will fall. Unless I end up falling first. Nope, of course not. Nope. Okay. Fire! I don't know why it seemed like... Well, maybe it was different. I don't know. Who knows? Definitely seems like the weapons he's using, its pattern is very consistent this time. Maybe I just didn't notice before and I needed the little prod there. As like, hey, pay closer attention to that. Yeah, those bombs. Just trying to get the bombs to hit is rough for me. Like, it is not, just seems like it does not want to work. Hope you all like this song. It's a decent song, but just like anything, it can get tiring after a while. Oh, thank God. That was a little bit closer than I was hoping for. Thank God! We got a key! A mechanical key! Alright, what does this thing do? Key! Okay. Now don't fall in the water, Chief. Holy mackerel. That is the longest boss fight I think I've fought in some time. Just like Fester's Quest, the enemies are big old tanks. Yes! Am I going in a big ass circle? I've got to be going some... I somehow made a big-ass circle. Oh, fuck. I know why. I didn't start at the boss. I started at the entrance to the dungeon. Of course. Like every other one. It's still good. We got the power-ups, but... I just blanked for a second. I was like, oh yeah, it puts me back at the start of this section. It doesn't start me right at the boss. That's right. That's why I was like, something seems off. That's exactly what it was. But we have full power. That's what we need right now. Alright. Spawned at the X. Yeah. That's like all the other bosses, but I forgot for a moment that boss fight was so intense. All right, now what do we do with this key? Chief then asks. Oh, shit. Come here. There we go. Has there been a door or something someplace I haven't been able to get into? Oh, Andrew, were you in here when I was talking about the AVGN game that they previewed at MAGfest? Oh, god damn it. Shit. There. Calm down. I asked because you're going through the NES library. So, since that's coming out, and what I'm assuming is both a digital release but also an NES cartridge release, you're going to have to play that. So, when I was talking about the AVGN 8-bit game that's coming out, which they previewed at MAGfest, I played there, I was playing it on an NES cartridge because it's going to have both an NES cartridge release and it's going to have what I'm assuming is a digital release. I'm assuming they're not going to only release it for the frickin' NES in an NES cartridge form. But yeah, what I was playing it on was an NES cartridge itself. So you're going to have to add that to the list, right? Now, what does this key go to? If that's even how it works and doesn't mean something else. Ah, that's right. I saw this last time. I was like, what's this about? Okay. I see. Yeah, so I mean, I obviously don't think he's going to get a Nintendo seal of approval on the thing, but, you know, it's a fun little notion to think about. Okay, so I'm going to have to go through this section with just, Lance? Is that our character's name? Lance? What the hell happened to me? Did I take fall damage? I didn't think it was that damn far. In the Japanese version, you have to make a death leap for 1 tile of ladder. Oh, God. Yeah, that's not good. Even the key sound is the same. Oh, that looks interesting. I guess we can thank Howard Phillips for fixing that one. Yeah, probably. Okay, having, of course, being the first time in this level here, I have no idea if this is really what I'm supposed to be doing or not. It seems like it's logical. Okay, blinky enemy over here. Oh, shit! Under the sea. Under the sea. We're going down any farther. If I can jump up here to the left, I should try it. I'm assuming there's going to be some means through which we'll be able to get back. I cannot get up there like that. Some power or something. Yeah, because hover ain't doing shit for us. There might be a swim feature. Please don't tell me I somehow soft locked myself. Nope. Good to know. It was a weird color on my screen. Steel shields. Welcome on in. Or have you been here a while? Hello. Okay, what the hell do I do? Like, hover does not seem to be doing anything for me. There's something I'm forgetting. There's something I'm forgetting. Yeah, duh. Yeah, that would be what it is. I like to see how people play the game. Boy, are you going to be in for some entertainment then. Come on. There we go. Much appreciated. I'd rather go up first. I just feel like that's gonna be. I just feel like that's the better option for some reason. Don't ask me why. These fuckers take a lot of hits. Well, maybe it's not, because there's a lot of those guys, and they hurt. Well, he's beaten it in under 30 minutes. Oh, he has. You're a speedrunner at this, huh? Are you a world record holder of it? Oy, 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 oy. Oh, thank God. No one's really glitch hunted the game heavy, so at any time someone could find something good. One of my only 2 games I speedrun, yeah. Not the world record. What is the world record for, fuck. What is the world record for Blaster Master? Of course, the pink fucks have to return. My least favorite enemy in the game are these pink fucks. They're the ones that always end up destroying my gun. No! You are pretty good at it too, actually. Alright, here we go. Oh, God. Stop! 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 Leave me alone! I'm surprised I did not lose more health there than I actually did. $25-25 on Japan, about. Well, if you're at 30, you're not far off, but I'm assuming there's some very, I don't want to say pixel perfect, but very precise, strats that you need to perfect in order to get a time like that. Turning at the exact spot, you have to have good boss runs. Boss patterns have to cooperate, etc. So there's a lot of things that have to go right, I'm assuming. You know what? I'm going to go back for a second. You may ask why. That's a good question. I was wondering if these had anything in them. And they don't, so that was a total waste. All cleanup and some RNG. Yeah. I could imagine. I'm not going to be able to get it anyway, because I'm guessing those are spikes. Alright. There. And of course, you guys have to make a return. There we go. Leave me alone, pink jerks. Go down. Alright. What do we got for us here? What's our treat? That's it? Just some hover? All that for some fucking hover. Great. Game's getting trolly now. Well, there's a glitch right there, but I don't think it's going to help anything. Okay, so this was a whole... Well, No, I did get more hover, which is probably going to be useful at a point. And my guess is that the boss here is going to allow... If the boss gives us some ability to... Well, I guess so. I don't like how fast you all charge. I'm not going to bother trying to kill you. So do you then play the Japanese version then? I mean, I'm guessing there's things that make the Japanese version preferable. Maybe some quicker text boxes or certain things that happen that make that preferable versus the North American NTSC. Am I supposed to go down there? Nope. Guess what? Bye. Wait a minute. Unless there's some hidden wall bullshit here. No, it doesn't seem like it. Okay. Some faster glitches and a bit easier ones. Death warps? Oh! Fun! You die and you end up in a different spot. At least that's what I've always known a death warp to be. Anything up here? Oh, there's two of them again. Okay. Perfect. All right, let's see what's down here. Well, that's cool. So... Andrew and I were talking about this last stream, and I didn't know this. I didn't understand all the quirks of it. So the Japanese version, as I understand it, has a different story. But they retconned... Wow! Those things hurt. Alright, now that I remember that... Oh, wait a minute, he can't... Unless I can somehow make that work. Nope. I can do this, though. What fresh hell awaits here? Yeah, you just go down there. Again, I'm getting Fester's Quest vibes from this section. Alien spaceship, perhaps, maybe. It is interesting looking at this game from the lens that I do, just because having had Fester's Quest as a kid and not this, I look at this and it's like, yeah, I can 100% see the... I can see a lot of Fester's Quest in this. Sunsoft did both games quite close. Right, from what I understand, because Blaster Master was 88, yeah, Fester's Quest was 89. Yeah, so, Fester's Quest was later, and, yeah, I've never played Blaster Master before my runs here, and so, my run here that I'm on day 2 of, so just... you know, I had no sort of, you know, preconceived sort of thought process about it. Which is how I like it when I'm going into a game for the first time. Besides, you know, that, you know, Sunsoft game and, yeah, that they were made from the same engine, that kind of stuff, which I knew before. But the influences are very apparent. But that's cool to me to see. Because I do think highly of Fester's Quest. I'm one of the few people that will try and defend Fester's Quest. Yeah, it's hard as hell. I don't disagree with that. But hard does not necessarily equate to bad. I was ready to say, am I stuck again? Oh, great. I'll say, things right there. Yeah, da, 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 da. Here. Come this way so I can shoot you. Alright. It didn't give me that? Fuckers. You say, give me that. Okay. I doubt I'll be able to pull this off. But we'll just try here for a minute and see if this does anything. Oh yeah, adds a good feeling for games. Yep, precisely. So do you speedrun any other games? Being a Star Tropics fan, I follow quite a few Star Tropics speedrunners. But I also follow a lot of different speedrunners now. I'm just thinking about it. Most of the Mega Mans, Zelda 2 especially. Randos, Metroid. Chip and Dale, DuckTales. I feel like this is probably a good speedrun game because I can see how you can work to idealize a lot of stuff. I can also see how, much like a lot of games, Star Tropics being one of them, how the boss fights and very bad RNG can just totally screw you over and really make you an unhappy speedrunner. I'm trying. I'm pressing up. I'm pressing A, and sometimes he just falls. I'm like not getting anywhere with him. It's almost making me wonder if I need to check to see if my controller is having an issue. Okay, seems to be a little better. No. Have you ever thought about speedrunning, Andrew? It doesn't have to be Star Tropics, of course, whatever you want. Up. Here. Let's go up. Yeah, not many bosses can mess with you in the run. Most are just lean and get glitches to help. So there are quite a few glitches then in the game. Okay. Is this the one we were in before? I don't think so. All right. There's a few games I can beat pretty quick. Never done any serious speedrunning, though. It has to be the right game, of course, for a person. You just have to kind of... I also think it just has to be a right time. I've had a lot of false starts with speedrunning where like, oh, I'm going to do this. And I don't do it. Even if I know technique. I mean, I can beat Star Tropics, I know, in under 70 minutes. Which would be enough to get me on the leaderboard. And I have strats for Zoda's Revenge 2 that if I can figure out how to replicate, like glitches in Zoda's Revenge 2 that I found as a kid, that if I figure out how I can replicate perfectly, I know would entirely change that speedrun. The problem is that I have not been able to experiment with that lately, and to figure out if it could be done consistently or not, and I just haven't had a lot of time for things like that. So it was a glitch that I found as a kid. That was totally by accident. Didn't you think it might have been because the Game Genie was attached? Yes, I think that might have been part of it. By the way, yes, boss. What fresh hell awaits now? Which, oh my god, what is that? Okay, nothing's working. Okay, we had to hit him with the bombs, I guess. Oh, can he only be hit when he's when he's moving? Or is it because the bombs are able to penetrate a certain distance? That must be it. Oh, now he's shooting many directions. Oh, shit. Alright. Well, guess what? This is what we do. We just keep on firing. No. Stop. Yeah, I can see how this can go wrong very quickly. Shit. I was hoping he'd move left. And he didn't. Oh, God. Oh, God. Stay with me, dude. Aye. God. Not good. Not good. Which, if so, it'd have to be like a... What you want to call it? A, I don't know what you want to call it, but there's a conditional to the speed run. Like I don't want to say like an any percent, but it'd basically be like a Game Genie percent, I guess. But I haven't even been able, when I was like trying to replicate it a few years ago. Shit. Oh shit. He just kicked my ass that time. Let's go up. Was that a mistake? That might have been a mistake. I don't remember any of these things having a gun power up. Unless I find a way, of course, to duplicate it without the Game Genie. Oh, God. Okay. Obviously, there was some strat there that I did not figure out. Maybe you could attack him from the side? Yeah, maybe. And the bubbles wouldn't hit you. That boss is a huge pain. Ugh. Okay. Well, it's 1:30 here on the East Coast. I have to call it a night because I've been tired from my long weekend at MAGfest anyway. And I have a virtual meeting to attend. Thankfully not present at or anything tomorrow morning. Oh, excuse me. So I'm going to have to call it a night there, and we'll pick this up next time. It was great talking about all the MAGfest stuff and nerding out with people, and this is still fun, but I definitely am reaching a point where it's like, wow, the difficulty is spiking hard, and I'm feeling it. So maybe next time, though, we'll be able to get past that. I'm assuming once we get past him, there might be only like 1 or 2 sections left. I don't know. We'll find out. Anyhow, thank you for the stream, of course. Good job getting to Boss 5. Thank you very much. I appreciate all the support as always. Have a great rest of your weekends. Have a great week, and I plan to stream next weekend, if not before then. So until next time, take care, and I'll see you then. Bye.